too, because it's an open pool where you stay together.
Yes, that's a wonderful opportunity for cricket in Canada to grow, the GT20. So another successful season concluded this year. Good exposure for all the younger Canadian players as well as players around the world to come to Canada.
Head and shoulders right, where we see the cricket moving. Leaves that one. Good leave by Ajay Veer. His 32 balls so far. We've seen one good boundary, which was in his favor. 8 overs done, 20 for high performance team. Tripped away to start the over. Looking to retain the strike. There was a yes and a no. And Mihir does well in the end to get back to the crease. Not many balls he's faced. Might be a fissure in his momentum.
Yeah,
At times,
maximum strike being taken by Ajay Veer Singh till now.
teams try to break the momentum not by keeping you on strike or making sure that you dot the balls, but also there's an option to keep you away from the strike by stationing you at the non-striker's end. That's one way. If not heading attacking forward, try using the other way around.
As you can see from the way the camera is moving around as well, there's a lot of wind today. Not easy conditions for the players in the middle as well.
Imagine how difficult would it be for Nepal, who it gets cold in Nepal too, but I'm sure not this cold because from where they come.
Once again, beautifully bowled out here. And I think, honestly, there's nothing much that a batter could do. I think both these players have done well to survive this initial onslaught by the bowlers.
Good display of bowling by Sompal Kami and Karan Casey. They'll have to find a way. They'll have to devise a strategy, at least to get hold of singles, because the batters who are going to come next, this is going to be the last over of power play later this over.
Light leading edge.
Hung in air for some time. Was too
First
far.
real attempt, Abdul, to play across the line on this occasion.
That's where Canada and Nepal have lost most of the wickets in the first game when they tried playing that cross batted shot on a slow track, knowing that the ball's not coming on well on the bat. That's when they got exasperated and tried going across, and you know what the result was, not in the favor of the batters.
Oh, this is brilliant fielding in the covers. Kudos to the Nepal team to be throwing themselves around, and even in these conditions, not easy with the hard ball hitting your cold hands.
You got to make sure in this weather you try to keep your body warm. You try to move as much as possible. Give that movement to your muscles so that when the ball comes to you, You don't have a surprise box being opened up, and you feel reluctant to hold on to the ball.
You were just talking about that, Abdul, playing across the line, and that's probably initial signs of frustration from the batters for not being able to get away as we see the end of another over. 22 for the loss of no wickets.
Ahuja, not sure from the squad will he be taking the strike today when batting.
Yeah, I think the whole idea behind these games is to test out most of the players that you have in your overall squad. So we won't get to know till we actually see the player walking out to the middle whether they'll bat today or no.
Gives
Sometimes they also change them during the fielding as well, wherein they bring in newer bowlers onto the mark.
That's because more of a practice session and gives Nepal an option to explore different type of bowlers and different type of skill set. Because every bowler is going to be very different from the the one who's bowling or will be coming up. That is because either the bounce may vary or their variation, how they are going to mix and match what they have, the control of the ball and the line and the length, the channel they use.
And we have seen some exceptional bowling out here from this end, especially by Karan. He has kept things really tight. He's found that channel just about around the off stump and outside, enticing the batter to drive, but the batters have also been equally patient in leaving those deliveries. This time pulled away on the onside, slightly short. Won't reach the boundary, but they will comfortably come back for the second run.
Was nowhere in control of the shot. Or I'd say that the timing could have been better, or it is the outfield. It just gives us option to reflect upon. I think he was able to get in shape better. He was in position there. I think it's more about timing the ball.
He just probably got it on the slice of the bat than the middle. That's what kept the ball in the air for a while.
This is good to embark for Ajay Veer Singh. His cut well, his pulled one.
Nicely bowled. This time Fuller.
I would like to see Karan KC if he'll be able to use the new ball an inch wider on the same line, making sure that a proper drive shot is produced by the batter. Might be conducive in the run for Karan Casey for wickets. It's just not the players who are making sure that they keep themselves warm, but also the coaches of the team trying to take the rounds of the ground. A little more fuller in the same line. The length could have been better from Karan Casey because we haven't seen a real time drive being invited on from the bowler.
Yes, Karan has been superb so far. Just given away 5 runs in his 5th over. As we see the sun hiding behind the clouds. There is a bit of rain in forecast today. We hope that it's kept out and it's not that bad. That's a beautiful delivery once again. Shaping at the last moment, leaving the bat, but he was up to the mark in terms of defending it. Jaiveer Singh looking solid. Faced most of the balls. 37 deliveries for his 11. Mihir Patel on the other end, 8 of 22. High performance Canada, 24 for the loss of no wickets. This is the 10th over. The last ball of the 10th over coming up.
This will end the power play too. And a slow start for the high performance side. There has to be some sign of aggression at least now, especially with Ajay Veer Singh, who's played maximum number of deliveries.
End of the over. 24 for the loss of no wickets. High performance Canada after the end of 10 overs. A few drops of rain as we speak. We hope that it's kept out.
It's chilly, started to drizzle, windy, and what else are we to expect? Some runs to make it better?
Absolutely. It's been slightly slow in attritional cricket so far.
Should have got my duvet on here.
As you can see, the wind is picking up a lot and the bales are falling apart.
There's a appeal from the side of point.
Oldest trick in the book. Appeal for hit wicket. I think he did it a little too early. Probably should have waited for the ball to be bowled.
He always has shown that hunger to improve himself. And last time in the previous game, the second one-day game, saw that how disappointed he was. He's cut that beautifully on the back foot. Solid shot, I would say, apart from on drive. In my book, this is the shot of most difficulty to punch the ball on the back foot. You need to have that hand and eye great coordination. One of the better players of back foot punch for me is Kane Williamson.
Especially in these conditions as well, right? When the ball is moving around, you got to get behind the line of the ball and also time it perfectly. And not just the timing, but even the placement. And on this occasion, I would agree, it was beautifully played. Exactly knew what he was doing.
That looked pretty solid from the young right-hander.
Once again, nicely behind the line of the ball. This is good batting out here. I think, yes, we agree that it's a slow start. But I think given the conditions, Abdul, I just feel that they got to respect the bowling on offer. It's not an easy wicket to bat on and not easy conditions as well. As you can see, a lot of cloud cover picking up, rain around the corner, windy, chilly, a lot of moisture in the track as well. So you could clearly say that it's a bowl first wicket.
I'd say that half and half because the reputation has got hold of that. No need to run because there's fielder. Will only allow them to take one.
Yeah, that was a good controlled pull shot as well. Kept it down, rolled his wrist, did not attempt to hit it in the air. Playing some safe cricket out here, not attempting any wild slogs or not going for anything extravagant at this stage. And especially with rain around the corner, you might want to be there, stay not out if there's a break in play.
Yeah, I mean, two chances, three chances, in fact, for Ajay Veer. If he's going back again to dugout without scoring, will be a long walk for him. And he himself, with the potential he carries, will not be pleased because a chance always comes with a cost, and the cost is either you lose your chances or you deliver to the team. But very young, speaking about Ajay Veer Singh, who's relished this opportunity.
And as we speak, that was a real bad ball there by Sumpal Khami. Shot, asking to be hit, and deposited rightly so through mid wicket.
Sendad was there to be punished, and Ajay Veer had no doubts to play that one by rolling his wrist into deep mid wicket region for a boundary to end. A good over for high performance side with a boundary in the end. 31 for 11. Arif Sheikh to roll his arm for the first time in the innings starts with a wide. Great collect by Arjun Saud, the opening wicketkeeper batter for Nepal, who's been in good touch with his batting display and been tidy with the glove work behind the stumps for Nepal. So no doubts about wicket keeping, who's going to be the option. Great collect, and he's got a little hippity hoppity moves. Nepal's growth in cricket has been really been spoken about when we talk about the developing nations into cricket. It is because how Nepal's placed themselves. Talking about placement, this gets better here. Great shot by Mihir Patel. Just had to deflect it away. Javeer Singh currently batting on 15, partnership of 33, 69 balls. A little away and bad control because Nepal were much in control of the ball and the line and the length. But their wides played that in the gap. Will be able to take one. The field's been opened up after the power play. I'm surprised to see Nepal going with an open field. He's not going to drop, definitely, Arjun saw.
Not easy for a keeper to stand up to a medium pace bowler, especially in these conditions.
Taking the conversation to you, Venu. Uh, the high performance team was not able to score much runs in the power play. So, opening up the field has given them a chance to score singles. So, I think what the captain might have thought, would he spend a penny to keep the open, to keep the field closed instead of open, be more attacking, and cancel that single?
I think it's pretty much evident that you need to cut down those singles and rather err on the attacking side than on the defensive side, given the conditions. I don't think you'll get these kind of conditions ever to apply pressure on the opposition. Perfect bowling conditions.
I'm sure the county cricket won't be this cold. It's
Yeah.
been always horrified with the grey skies. End of the over. Sagar Dhakal with a new introduction. We've got a little guest on the ground. Seagull, wrong place to be. Surely wouldn't be targeted by the ball.
Reminds you of those good old days of watching cricket on Channel 9 in Australia, especially in places like the Adelaide Oval, where you'll see those seagulls hovering around the ground.
I think at once it was South African team which injured the pigeon. With their good sense of control from Sagar. Change from Nepal side. Finger spinner. Right in front of the stumps against Ajay Veer Singh. I think it's high time now that they start finding out the ways, figure out that how they are going to start make runs
Nicely bowled.
before the batters and the batting team get desperate. For the new batters, it's not going to be easy. Always, any batter who's faced the number of deliveries, it puts pressure on the batters who are coming behind him.
As we see a full toss being clipped on the leg side. Probably missed out on that occasion, I'll feel. Northern end. That's beautifully bowled and excellent wicket keeping as well.
The weather might also cocoon the fielders, especially because it's cold and there's always that you do not feel fielding in these cold conditions. Expecting, keeping our fingers crossed and hoping that the weather gets better.
It's not easy conditions for everybody out here, including us in the commentary box. Nicely played this time on the offside. He has protection in the deep.
A deep point for Arif Sheikh.
Yes, I think now they're slowly opening up the field a bit. They realize that RF is not as quick as Karan or even Sompal for that matter. And they're just giving him that extra cushion on the offside.
But it'll take fast hands and the bounce from the wicket for the batter to play in that direction. If Nepal's for sure better than that because they can try to cover that one single. If they have kept a deep point there to cut that boundary off, what they can think about is to have that deep point inside the circle, make it a point and cut single instead. Because the bounce and the pace of Arif Sheikh's not going to take the ball. However, in that direction, giving the opportunity for a catch.
Slightly in and out field at the moment. That's exactly where the ball has gone once again.
Loose ends from Nepal, according to me right now, Venu, because again, reflecting upon where the fielder is at deep point, the concern is if the ball is going to come to you very quick, you can always ask the fielder to take a start from outside the circle. That gives an opportunity to counter.
Yeah, I think the singles have started flowing a bit the last couple of overs. As we see another one played on the offside. And I agree with you. These are the runs that they need to stop. And strike rotation doesn't help the bowler in any way.
Because the batters of Canada High Performance weren't serendipitous. They were trying to play only the strokes in the line of ball. They were not trying to make anything or carve out a shot. Because there's always risk involved in a slow track that you have in the back of your mind that what if the ball stays low, it goes on to the stump. So it always keeps you on the back foot for not trying to express yourself completely. That ends another over with 40 runs being scored after 14 overs. Too early for this. Beautiful delivery from Sagar Dhakal, making sure, as his name suggests, he takes the ball deeper to the batter. Quicker through the air, timed it in the gap. Will be coming back with
Slight
a fumble.
midfield.
Let's take on the boxes, Venu here. What could have gone better for Nepal and for the high performance team? Throw in.
Yeah, I think after this delivery, yep, appeal for LBW, missing the leg stump probably. Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway would be, the ability to play on these tracks, which, like we discussed before, it's the end of the season. And the weather also hasn't been very forgiving. So to kind of battle it out in these sticky conditions is a big plus from both teams' perspective. We've seen some close games as well in the last two games. And one more appeal for LBW, and the umpire once again denies. Scores of 180 odd being defended in the last two games, that has been heartening to see. I think every cricket fan loves watching those low scoring thrillers. And some good fielding on display as well. I think we remember watching that Saturday game wherein Nepal had 3 direct hits in one single game to get 3 runouts, which was exceptional. From Canada's perspective, I believe we spoke about Oliver Cox, we spoke about Ali Nadeem. In the bowling department, we saw the left arm spinners doing really well in tandem. So I think a lot of positives for Canada as well. As we see the end of another over. 43 for the loss of no wickets. High performance Canada. Slightly sedate, but solid start.
Arif Sheikh will continue. Very ordinary display so far, apart from a couple of boundaries. The viewers might say that it's been very harsh with the critic for the batters, is because the talent both the batters possess, they know and we know that they are much more capable than what they're doing. Getting cold, and there's no sign that this unforgiving weather is going to turn out any better. We've got in the com box people wearing their winter jackets with no heads up. Bit of kindness would have been much appreciated, Venu, wouldn't it be?
Absolutely. I would believe so that the weather has to dry kind of become a little more warm, a little more drier. Still a lot of moisture in the air with a little bit of rain beating around, and that's kind of cooling down the air more. One of those days when you want an open com box with the sun beating down on you.
Of course not. When it gets in the noon, the sun's sharper, and you would expect the com box to be closed.
Yeah, but that would be in August, not in October, if I would say so, with the current season on.
I think anything extremes are far more dangerous. Similar to this innings, it shows us rightly, because too many dots or anything in excess. Great collect, a clean collect from the wicket keeper. Survives there, still hangs on with a slight blow on his hand. Not the ideal weather to be hit anywhere or to take any blows on your body. Ball remaining before we call it off and over. Mir Patel batting on 80 of 40. Again, going down the leg side, he'll have to bowl that one. 2 wides in the over. They've got 4 runs. With the current run rate, we are looking at 149. Still a slip, a deep slip for Arif Sheikh. Now taking it to third man. A very fine third man, not the say a flying slip spot.
As we see the sun coming out, peeping out.
A fine flying slip.
Nicely
Movement
bowled.
of the air, and to end it, sloppy from Nepal. We are heading slow with a slow burn for the innings. 16 done, 47, 48.
A short drinks break for the players. We'll be back after 5 minutes. And we're back after the drinks break. Sagar to continue from the pavilion end with his left arm spin. Conditions are still pretty cold and windy. Just happened to speak to one of the Nepal players as well on the pitch, and he did mention that it's a little difficult to even grip the ball. As we see, the umpires had been flown around due to the wind. That tells you a story or two about the wind on display here.
Conditions just worsening here at King City. Maple Leaf Cricket Ground gets difficult for everyone.
Lost up this time and good fielding. Good cricket overall by Nepal. They seem to be charged up a bit after the break. It'll be interesting to see Canada's approach. Would they push the pedal on the accelerator after the break? Seems to be a very sedate start, 48 for no loss. And as we see some turn on offer, and this time they'll just steal a single thanks to a misfield at backward point. Our man is prepared. 49 for no loss. 17th over in operation. Nicely played. Straight bat.
A run that keeps the high performance team from 50, away from 50.
Last ball of the 17th coming up and beautifully bowled. Appeal for stumping. Good piece of wicket keeping as well. As we see the replay on screen. Oh, that's a tight one. And looked pretty close. Closer than you think. Unfortunately, we don't have the benefit of the DRS. Else that would have been a close one.
I
Touch
think
and
he's
go.
done well. I think so. He's got some part of his foot there behind the line.
Yeah, it's just touch and go.
Through that.
As we see another over done. 49 for no loss. 17 overs. Spin from both ends. Kushal Burtel, the leg spinner, coming on from the northern end. This would be interesting. Tossed up on the offside. Upishly played for a single.
The bowlers are able to make the batters play according to the field plan.
And that's
50
the
runs
50.
partnership for Mihir Patel and Ajay Veer Singh. 21 runs from Mihir Patel and 20 from Ajay Veer. Very lucky there. Very, very close to the stumps.
Yeah. Kushal Burtel has bowled well in this series so far. Tossed the ball up and also got the ball to drift, dip, and turn.
Softly played. The projected score will be at 143. At this rate, trying to take on the bowler. But still,
That be enough, Abdul? Do you think 143? I just feel that that's below par.
I doubt so. Because again, the inside edge. There's drift from him, bowling quicker through the air. It beats him.
This time going for the wild slog over mid wicket and missing it.
18 done, 50 for the high performance side with 9 extras being bowled so far.
Sagar continuing from the pavilion end. Bowled well so far. Beat the bat the last over. Short extra cover. And a slip in place. Once again, beautifully bowled there by Sagar. Just speaking to one of the Nepal fielders during the drinks break, and they mentioned how difficult it is to even grip the ball at this stage with the cold weather. That's beautifully bowled. Once again, getting turn, bounce, beating the outside edge. Not the easiest conditions out here, both from a batting and bowling perspective. Driven on the offside for a single. Canada definitely needs to get a move on now to put a competitive score. 51 for no loss. But the run rate, the current run rate right now is 2.71. Tossed up this time, driven down the ground to long on for another single. On screen. "19 overs gone, 52 for no loss." Chalburtel holding a tight line. A good battle between bat and ball at the moment. The bowler seems to be on top. Once again, beating the outside edge. Good bowling out here. Kushal has some good variations in his kitty. We've seen a few balls going through straight, and that's the one to look out for the batter. Looking for the single, sent back. I think it's about time now, Abdul, that the Canadian batters take the initiative and try to be a little more positive. I just feel that currently they're stuck in between.
True, because after this over, they'll be halfway across and still we haven't crossed the 80 mark, which makes me question the approach of the batter. 20 overs done, 53 without any loss of wicket. They continue with Sagar Dhakal. Play and a miss there. The keeper as well, not just batter. Whole miss on that, and it'll trickle away. I think with one buys, the batters got quite complacent, thinking the ball will sweep into the boundary. This is an eye opener for the batters of the high performance team because they cannot just rely on the boundary or on the pace of the ball. They'll have to make sure they continue running between the wickets.
Yes, boundaries have been hard to come by. But I also see, Abdul, the batters being a little subdued. I don't think they have taken enough chances as well.
I know, because having more 9 batters to come, you need to take that risk because you're only giving your fellow batters very little time. You've given yourself enough time, enough room and space. Now, I think it is high time for the batters on crease to take on the charge against the bowlers, because if they're going to not express themselves, if they allow Nepal to strangle them, and Nepal is too good doing that.
And we see first signs of that. Charging down the track and hitting it over the mid-wicket fence for a boundary. I beg your pardon, it was a one bounce four. Didn't really cross the boundary.
Need that. Ajay Veer Singh goes down the track here using his reach to send it to 4 runs. That was a hard hit shot collected by the end of the over. 21 done, 59 for no loss. Batting on 26 of 69. They need a couple of more hits like that.
Aggressive batting on display. We got literally all the wickets in the bank, and as we have seen in the last few games, they need to get at least 170, 180 to make things interesting. As we see Kushal from the northern end, beautifully bowled once again. Spinners applying a lot of pressure. Kushal once again. कुछ खाने को भी है क्या ऑप्शन? ए मेरे को भी यार अगर क्रीम चीज बेगल राइट 2 cream cheese bagel plain bagel for him no cheese for me cheese
Guys, why don't you decide first? I don't know. It's like something that works.
trying to sweep this time around. End of the 22nd, 60 for no loss. High Performance Canada, as we see the conditions becoming a little too dark. Some rain expected. We hope that it keeps out and doesn't rain a lot. And we would want to see a tight game. Early signs of some rain. We see a few droplets.
The scenes are quite dramatic here at King City, especially all sky being grayed out. Looks like we're here for an epic battle between high performance team and Nepal. They haven't been pragmatic here, the high performance side. The signs of drizzles here.
The rain getting slightly more thicker as we speak.
That's a beauty.
For LBW. That was a close one, I believe.
Indeed, a close shout, Venu. And unfortunate to see that rain's getting thicker and heavier.
think the rains got a little too heavy now. We might see the umpires consulting each other. And
There's an
another
edge.
appeal for caught behind this time around, and it's given him. That's the first wicket down for High Performance Canada, just on the brink of the rain break, I believe.
It's just not the batter who's crying, it's also the sky crying for Ajay Veer Singh with that dismissal. The rain gets heavier, and the fielders will be taking off the field. The breakthrough they were looking to get, it is Ajay Veer Singh.
There's a lot of opportunities created in this over. An appeal for LBW, and then the very next ball, getting him out caught behind. Not the best time when a batter would want to get out, Abdul, just on the brink of a rain break. He would have loved to go back into the dressing room, not out. But that's the first breakthrough.
Look at that. And hard fought combat. Arjun Saud immediately going up. An excellent take behind the stumps, especially after getting that inside part of the bat. He did not get the outside part, it's the inside part with the low catch that was collected. It's pure reflex by Arjun Saud behind the stumps. And very unfortunate to see that the fielders had to take off from the field.
This is the first time we have a rain interruption in this series, and we just hope that it doesn't be a spoiler in this last game and we see some action.
The planning was pretty accurate for moving the Sunday's game to Saturday, but this was unexpected. And I think the forecast says we're supposed to receive a half an hour shower. But if it's going to be in heavy one, especially given condition, it's going to get very tough for the play. Very unfortunate, because this is going to be the tying game for the high performance side. If not, Nepal's got the lead here. Nepal wouldn't mind that, but especially taking that into consideration, they would definitely mind not playing a complete game, because they are going to play against Scotland and USA for the World Cup qualifier League 2. 6 games ahead of them, Venu.
Absolutely. I think these games are really crucial from Nepal's standpoint. And to be in contention for all the future World Cups in the ICC events.
Canada is taking the top spot in the qualifier League 2 league stage, with 12 games being played and 8-1 with 16 points. And USA is rightly tailgating Canada. So it is imperative for Canada to win if they've got any games. But for Nepal, it's just the start for them. They'll be looking desperately to make their mark, to get on with the win, especially with the performances they've shown in the World Cup 2024 and then later here in Canada against the slow pitches. So for sure, spin's going to be their attack. That has one of their fortes, without a doubt. But fast bowling has been good too.
Absolutely. And interestingly, you mentioned about the US. I think the USA versus Canada is the modern day North American derby, if we can call it so. Both the teams really fighting hard and competing against each other, as we saw in the recently concluded World Cup as well. USA making a lot of noise with their famous victory against Pakistan, and also running a few other teams close, and the way they defeated Canada as well. That was a great game to watch.
That might have opened up the wound for Canada, because the game was theirs till the very end, and then Aaron Jones came in. Those sweep shots has definitely stolen the game away. So with the wounds being open for Canada, they look on to fill it with heal them with the victory on others. That's going to be the ointment for Canada to overcome. That being said, we'll be joining you once the weather gets better.
Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back after the rain interruption. We are again in dryness. Sagar Dhakal will continue from where he stopped. Little change in the batting. Yuvraj Samra will be replaced. Ajay Veer Singh will be replaced by Samra. And Mihir Patel still on the non-strikers end. The updates that are good news will be having 2 overs cut only. So a 48 overs game. Slip in position. Asif Sheikh. And the commentary box will be still pursued by Abdul Mukhid. That is me and my fellow commentator Venu Gopal to join me. Welcome back, Venu.
Thanks, Abdul, and good afternoon to everyone watching this game live. Short interruption, but we're happy that the game is not affected that much. Only 2 overs. 61 for the loss of 1 wicket, 23 overs. High performance Canada.
From the umpires will be that they finish the overs as early as possible with speeding up,
which might mean more spin deployed. And we see a lot of the players wearing those beanies on the ground, which tells you a story or two about the weather, how cold it is.
Time and time we speak that the spin has been the strength of Nepal, and it is Dipendra Singh Aire who will be bowling in for the first time for the day. Signs of turn here for Aire. Thanks to him that Nepal were able to post 180 in the second one-day game against Canada. That's where they broke the shackles and they started driving towards winning.
Yes, I think he was effective with both bat and ball in that game. A great all-round performance.
Much warm. The wind isn't as brutal as it was before. Better conditions, Venu, for the cricket and for us as well.
Slightly better, I agree. And we hope that the rain keeps out and doesn't cause any more further delays. As we see Ire to Yuvraj Samra, the southpaw, who's been in really good touch. Out away, and good fielding in the end prevents the single. It was hit hard, and we have kept on emphasizing how cold it is and how difficult conditions this is for both batting and fielding as well.
It always haunts if in the series you've been runned out. So the second game, Yuvraj Samra was runned out by his partner with miscommunication. Might be playing in his head, but Mihir and Samra has played with one another for numerous games. Timed well, and the fielding has been really brilliant in the middle by Nepal.
Good cricket all around. And the outfield, we predict, might get even more slower as the day progresses with some rain. And
24 done. 10 extras so far. The first wicket was lost on 61. 62.
Time for Canada to get a move on as well. They were looking to do that before the rain interruption. But I believe now is the time for them to find a way to post a good total on board. Remember, these are not easy conditions for both teams to be playing in this cold weather. Today seems to be a little more colder than the earlier two games that we commentated on.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel pity for Martin yesterday, who did by himself. I think terrific job by him in cold conditions.
Absolutely.
Kushal Burtel The leggy. Nicely flighted.
Yeah, change of ends for Kushal. He was coming from the northern end before the rain interruption, and now he's coming on from the pavilion end. Would be interesting to see his approach.
Interesting field setup for Mihir Patel. And just for the viewers and to acknowledge the fact from Venu as well, you'll see that the energy and the composure from the middle of the surface will get much better because Mihir Patel and Samras played a lot games together. And you're able to see that communication got strengthened because Samra was denied with a single, and that will for sure change the tempo of the game.
That's pulled away, rank, long hop there towards deep square leg, and that was a hit me ball.
That's not where you bowl to Mihir Patel, especially if you want Mihir to have problems against leg spin.
I think that's one of the challenges for being a for being a leg spinner or a wrist spinner in these conditions. Gripping the ball is difficult, and if you don't get it right, you end up bowling something like that.
That almost took the head of the leg umpire.
Once again, shot and pulled away this time, but he was lucky enough to escape without being punished. Yeah, I think coming back to your point, Abdul, what also helps is that you have a left and right hand combination in the middle, which is always teasing and irritating for the fielding side to keep changing the field, keep changing the line as a bowler as well. But that's a cracking shot of the back foot by Yuvraj Samra. Beautifully timed and exceptional placement as well for a boundary.
He is terrific as an opener. He is terrific as a middle order batsman. So Samra crunches one out right there. And that was a juicy crunch from Yuvraj Samra to pick his first boundary of the innings today. 25 done, 71 for 1 wicket.
Dipendra Airi continuing from the northern end. Slightly poor over previously by Kushal, giving away a couple of boundaries and giving that impetus to Canada.
What do you think Samra does different when he comes on to bat? Because he's very young, just turned 18. I think 2 days ago, 10 years ago, he was picking apples at a farm. Today he is playing a game at King City Maple Leaf Ground. But what do you think, Wayne, according to you, he does different to other batters? Because openers, similar to A's, the same brigade, very young brigade, but he comes on with a mindset. But what's your takeaway?
I think the biggest take is the amount of time that he has. You know, he's a pure timer of the ball. You see that he doesn't try to hit the ball too hard. And that is one big quality or a trait that any batter would possess. That, you know, if you're looking to just time the ball properly and not overhit it. And as we speak, the commentators curse Abdul. He gets an outside edge. Beautifully bowled there by Dipendra Singh Airi. Caught at first slip. Unfortunate for Yuvraj, but definitely a great ball to get him out.
There's deflection from Arjun Saud. He does not put his foot wrong when he's keeping there. Too good for Samra. Aire acknowledges Samra later, but was too good for the left-hander to take that away. Yuvraj could not have done much about that delivery, but yeah, the bowler has to get the credit for that one. A great collect after a rebound from the keeper and after almost dropping it. Skipper of the side, Ali Nadeem, walks in the middle, was having a great run this season. Played for Chicago Tigers too in the minor league cricket. Won the S9 game for Spartans. Was an higher scorer yesterday of 80 odd runs.
That's correct. Unfortunately, could not take the side home, but great batting nevertheless. Deependra Singh Airi once again, turn and bounce on offer. Ali Nadeem looking for the quick single.
There's no I word in the word team. So it says that it has to be a collective effort. One man cannot drag the game home.
Once again, looking for the quick single, and that looks like he's just made it back. A direct hit once again. Nepal have been sharp in the field, as we have seen in the previous games as well.
Ali Nadeem, where do you think you're running? The ball's right there. Yes and a no. Mihir Patel could have been proactive. That is a very close call.
It was extremely close. I would say he's lucky to survive that.
That's on your replay. A sharp throw there. What a solid eye there. It leaves us room for discussion. A lot of discussion to be made on this. We'll leave that to our viewers. Hurl in your comments and say that what do you think about the throw? Looks like he's missed his mark, Venu, hasn't he?
Yeah, touch and go for the naked eye, but yeah, obviously we have the benefit of the replay. The umpires don't, so I wouldn't blame the umpires for that, but definitely touch and go.
On the up there, scared away back to his own crease. Could have done better here with the communication. He was looking very placid with Samra on crease.
I think Canada needs to be careful out here. They've lost a couple of wickets, and they would not want to be in a situation where they lose a few more in these middle overs, as we have seen in the previous games as well, that this is where the spinners come into play. And this is exactly where you see a flurry of wickets being lost, both from Nepal and from Canada in the last few games. And it's a critical time in the game.
Kushal Bhurtel. Middle order has been quite precarious for the high performance team. Very wide there. Gets lucky. Hugely lucky there for not flying away to the boundary.
Absolutely. And good take by the keeper Arjun as well. He's been solid behind the stumps. Very safe as a wicket keeper. Here comes Bhurtel. Slightly short outside the off stump. Placed into the deep for a single. 74 for 2. What do you reckon, Abdul? What might be a decent total today given the conditions?
I mean, to be very honest, I haven't seen the score past 200 so far in the 3 games that they've played, Canada and the high performance side. With the current run rate, it looks like 133. But I think if Ali Nadeem bats on and Mihir starts changing his gears, I think we'll be at least looking at 180 from here. Given the ability of Ali Nadeem, he says that there's a single. I absolutely not understanding. I'm not understanding why is there a reluctance and he is unhappy.
Yes, I think he's shown his intentions, and it's pretty clear that he's looking for those quick singles in these gaps. I think out of the first two, I believe this one was much more tuned to kind of look for that single. And as we see him driving down the ground, a bit of communication error between the two batters we have seen in the last 3 to 4 deliveries, especially when Ali Nadeem was on strike.
It plays a major role when you haven't played together and suddenly you have this chance to play. You out of the blue, you come out to bat with a batter you haven't played with. So it does keep you hindered. End of 27th over, 75 for 2. Let's put that away in the gap to give Mihir strike. And I think with the challenge, it beautifies the game as well to gel up with an unknown body you haven't played with, especially the experience what Ali Nadeem brings to the table. It gives Mihir an opportunity to understand and learn the game as is fairly in his early stages of the game. Yes, for sure, he's played under 19 Canada, has got a remarkable stats, but a lot of room to improve.
Yes, I think this is a critical phase of the game, as we discussed earlier. Both of these players need to be there, especially Mihir Patel, who's spent a lot of time at the crease, 33 of 72. He would want to convert this into a big score. Pindra Singh Airi once again, slightly short of length, pushing him on the back foot.
It amazes me how Aire changes his flighted ball to a quicker one through the air, and then he starts to hold up. It isn't that he's only getting pace of the delivery, but he's able to get the turn two of the surface. So that is remarkable for him, and it surely will create difficulties for the batter standing there facing Aire.
Yes, he's a smart operator, as you can see that he has those subtle variations, and that's good enough to kind of keep the batters at bay. Doesn't have too many variations, but just those subtle ones which you mentioned about varying the pace and also the flight. There you go once again. Exceptional delivery, bounce on offer, beating the keeper as well at this stage. Oh my goodness, we saw a fielder slip for the first time. Signs of some wet outfield, obviously with the rain.
He had not got any clue. He hadn't got any clue where he was playing that, especially with that sharp turn.
I think it went off the glove as he's suggesting. Just hit the glove and went between the keeper's legs.
Survives there. 28 done, 81 for 2. Well, after the survival, it has been my most discussed topic with any of the commentators I was with. We know this is to you as well. This has been our topic that we were discussing upon 2 games ago. Having given a chance there, you're batting on your own wicket, that's a different story. Now, the other take is that when you get an opportunity, a fielder drops your catch, does that belong to the team or is that your own chance? Because very close, very, very close. If he hasn't got any inside edge, then there was no turn on offer from the wicket. If that's an inside edge, that should have saved him. But if not, I will be wondering upon the decision taken by the umpire.
Yeah, I think probably what saved him is just about outside the line of the off stump. Maybe that's the only reason why I could think, or the inside edge, either of the two. As you see, Nepal excellent in the field once again.
Aire has been a ball of energy, always standing inside the circle, keeps the pressure on the batters.
Yeah, and coming back to your point, Abdul, yes, I think drop catches definitely. As we see another brilliant piece of fielding.
My goodness, they're always on toes, very sharp with the fielding. Nepal cricket team.
I must give it to them for that, for sure. In these middle overs, this is what kind of changes a game or the tempo of the game. And you see that on display with that run out attempt as well previously.
And there's no hesitation from the fielders as well, given conditions. When we talk about the weather, the environment, when it's getting cold, chilly here, they haven't given it a second thought. Would they be having any injury if they're sliding or diving, especially going into the phase where they are on national duty? They've been on point on the field here, the fielders of Nepal. Oh, he's hammered that straight to the fielder, but not the best of the timing for Ali Nadeem. You can see him is not happy there. An array of emotions, very contrasting from The fielder and the batter himself was nowhere in control of the shot, and a good take there near the boundary line.
Yes, that's actually a good catch. Given the conditions that we just spoke about, windy, cold, gloomy, it's not easy to pick the ball as well in that gloom at times. And the guy at deep mid wicket took a really good catch.
Not today from the skipper. We see the heroics. He could have played somewhere else, but exactly the fielder had to move 2 inches away, and there's elation from Kushal Burtel.
Yes, deserved that wicket, to be honest. He bowled a really good tight over this time.
New man, Munir Ahmed Kakar. The dimension of the game could have been looked in a different way, because Mihir facing 79 balls and Ali Nadeem being new batter on the crease, he could have let his experience come into place and could have told Mihir that how about he start taking the charge and try converting ones into twos and look out for that odd boundary in the over. Because at times you cannot drive your team away single-handedly.
Agreed. He needs support, and Mihir's wicket now is definitely the key. Vishal once again bowling to Munir Kakar. Good start. Nicely played as well. Watching the ball closely. And a great over. End of a successful over for Nepal, High Performance Canada. 82 for 3 in 29 overs.
Aire will continue the bowling spell. What I've really liked about the formulation on the field is that they've got a slip. That slip in the games as well. It reminds us that they haven't removed the slip despite getting deeper into the overs.
It's good attacking captaincy and good thinking from Nepal as well to apply that extra pressure on Canada. They realized that this is the opening that they were looking for in the middle phase. The openers did really well initially by playing out the new ball, but I just feel that they've missed a trick or two by not accelerating enough in the end of, say, the 14th or 15th over till the 20th over. That was a time that they had to cash in a bit.
You know, it might be amusing to viewers and to us that has swiveled across there. Fielder in place will be only one. Is that there's a fielder there at slip for a reason, because Canada high performance team, they've been on back foot. They haven't been able to capitalize on the chances here. So if the captain's thinking that he has to put a slip there, that means that the aggressive brand of cricket hasn't been played. Just like that, the running from Mihir has been a little disappointing, because he's usually good between the wickets. It was once with Ali Nadeem. The second time is look a little switched off today. Because the captain, if he's thinking to keep that one slip, that means that you're certainly on the back foot.
And that too for an off spinner. with the ball coming in instead of moving away from the bat.
Because one fielder being utilized, deployed at that spot, that says that one of the regions in the ground can be vacant. The captain sees that there's no real intent from the batter to score in a certain direction, and batters turning it across. If they start changing their momentum, that puts the fielding captain on the back foot. End of 30th over, 85 for 3. Turn there, the viewers might have been able to identify how the wicket's been behaving. Much required there from the batters to accelerate before it's too late, because at this rate they'll be only able to reach 135, and that shouldn't be a problem for Nepal to chase it down. A very different approach after that first defeat from Nepal. They've changed the complete outlook of the game, how they've played, the methods they've pursued.
Agreed. And I think even in that first game, for that matter, you saw how they fought till the end as well, taking 7 wickets. If they just had about 20 or 30 odd runs more, they could have won that game as well.
Sure that. And how about we flip our pages and go back to game 2? 8 wickets down, Dipendra Singh Aire comes to bat and he starts putting pressure on the fielders. How he was taking swiftly the running between the wickets. He was trying to put the pressure on the fielders. And from the other side, now 3 wickets down, we see that the running hasn't been so far immaculate.
You just spoke about Dipendra Singh Aire and you saw a sensational piece of fielding once again. They're fighting for each run to be saved.
Because it has to come inherently from the batter. They have to inherit the fact that they want to win the games. They should not bat. They should not bat thinking about their own personal individual wicket. End of 31 overs, 87 for 3.
Beginning of a fresh over. Dipendra Singh Aire, 1 for 11 so far.
If this is how the batting is going to be for the high performance team, then this is unpardonable offense for the high performance batting side, because they've been on the back foot. They've not tried changing it. The intent from them has been poor.
Yes, I think when we say intent, it just doesn't mean hitting boundaries, but also probably looking for those singles and twos to keep the scoreboard ticking. And just as we speak, we see a pull shot being deployed, and that's a boundary.
That is needed from Mihir Patel. And why sell yourself low when you can play those type of shots there? He carved this one out. Look at that, being dropped short. He'll have to take on those chances.
Yes, a rank bad ball there. A rare one by Dipendra Singh Aire, who has been pretty accurate till now. No protection in the deep there as he bowls once again and slightly short. This time played off the back foot towards mid on or long on.
If he tries to play a little bit more, look at that deep mid-wicket region. Ayres kept that for Mihir to hit across the line. But that short pitch delivery, whereas swiveling across when he sent it down the ground, playing according to along the line, he can try a bit more. Much better. Single being taken. Because there's one spot where there's no fielder.
This is the kind of intent that Canada needs to show now, as we've seen in this over. They really need to take these chances because we are looking at the 32nd over. We are still looking at 94 for the loss of 3 wickets. The current run rate needs to go towards the 4-run mark at least to make a match out of this. Reminder to our viewers, we have lost 2 overs in the rain delay. This is now officially a 48-over game. End of the 32nd over, 95 for 3.
Back in the game. How much time it takes for the ball to go to the fielder and they're leisurely running there. And harsh criticism is only given to the players who are much more capable of what they are doing because these two have that ability to do it.
I agree. I think the intent, like you mentioned, has to be there to convert those ones into twos as well. It's not going to be easy scoring runs on this track. We have seen that in the last 2 games.
Would he be happy with a 100 ball 50, Mihir? I don't think so. As a player, how much he loves to contribute to the team, I'm sure he's not concerned for his own personal accolades, but there has to come an intent, a change of sign from Mihir to step on the gas pedal and start moving stuff for his team.
I think both of these players would realize that somewhere around that 35, 37 over mark, they need to kind of really push the scoring because they have a lot of batting to come.
A month ago, in minor league cricket USA, Munir Kakar was able to score 16 runs of the last over for St. Louis Americans. So, given the ability on turf, batting against the best of the bowlers, so if Munir was able to score 16 runs in the last over, that clearly tells you that he has certainly the way of hitting, he knows the art of hitting, but he needs to pursue that.
Different conditions, though, altogether. So I think that's what he's respecting. And I don't think he's done bad so far. 5 of 9 deliveries. And I think he's looked to rotate strike at least, given how the previous batters played. He's looking positive, has some good intent to kind of put the ball in the gaps.
And it will not only degrade Munir's batting. If Mihir is on strike and unable to rotate the strike, he won't be able to be a catalyst for the game. He won't be able to change much. What is going to happen is that they're going to gift away wicket to Nepal without the strike being rotated.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Looks close. Really close. And the umpire raises the finger. Slightly delayed, but he waited, and saw where Munir was, right in front of the stumps. The only thing in question is the height.
That's the back pad on the thigh there. That's where he is rubbing, and I would have been disappointed with the decision if it was not in the favor of Nepal because it clearly looked out.
As we see from another angle. Yeah, I won't doubt the umpire in that aspect. Yes, it hit the back leg. and there wasn't much travel between the ball and the stumps when it hit the leg. So,
And it is much straighter of the surface. It did not turn.
that's correct. It was kind of an arm ball, and he missed it completely. So another wicket down for Canada, 98 for 4, and now they are looking in deep trouble.
It is Munir Kakar and Mihir Patel stranded on the other side. Khyber Mohammad.
Successful over this one for Sagar. Last ball of the 33rd over coming up. Tossed up, played down to mid-on, and they were trying to chance his arm. A slight misfield, which allows them to go for a single. Good over this by Sagar. End of the over. 99 for 4.
He was able to bait Munir Ahmed Kakar on that previous ball. Struck bit in front of the pad. It has been real-time difficulty for Canada, high performance side, and especially for any team for tackling the spin against Nepal. That's been their key area, how they've rotated their spin bowlers. The plenty of options in spin bowling they've got.
Yes, I think this is the period of the game wherein all these spin bowlers come and dominate the game. Dipendra Singh Aire once again coming on from the northern end. 1 for 19 so far for him. This is the 34th over in operation. Aire once again bowling to the new batter, Khyber Khan Mohammad, who's batting alongside Mihir Patel, who's on 49 of 93. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Once again, getting that ball to turn and bounce awkwardly. Might be a good idea to get in one more close-in catcher somewhere for the new batter, just to put some more pressure. Dipendra Singh Aire. Good to see some sunshine, finally, after a lot of rain, which kind of caused a brief interruption. Players would love to have some sun, given the conditions. Oh, that kept low. The pitch playing some tricks out here. We've seen turn and bounce, and this one skidded through. Almost went through, and he just managed to get his bat down on time. It's not easy conditions, these. Last ball coming up. Dipendra Singh Aire to Khyber Khan Mohammad, who plays it on the offside this time to get a single. End of another good over. 100 comes up for the high performance Canada team. 100 for the loss of 4 wickets in 34 overs. I think the aim here would be to utilize these last 14 overs. Remember, it's a 48 over game. Out there, 100 in 34 overs. Yes, it looks a little slow, but the conditions are also in favor of the bowling side. But I just feel that In hindsight, Canada would have been better off being 130 odd at this stage instead of 100. Oh, beautifully bowled once again. Sagar is really ripping it off the pitch here. Giving it a real tweak. Sagar Dakal, 2 for 19 so far. Slightly short, played on the offside.
The force has to come from the other side if it isn't from one of the sides, because someone has to take on the charge. If the intention is they're waiting for one of the batters is waiting for the other one to take, it's never going to happen. And 93 balls faced.
Beautifully bowled once again. Look at that flight. Look at that dip that he got. Look at the turn. Exceptional spin bowling this.
Sagar is making this bowling look ordinary. Just because he's able to do it, that doesn't mean that it's easy to bowl. He's giving real troubles for the batter because of his beautifying bowling. What he's able to do from the surface, it's really not easy. I think the keeper fairly does a job. Oh, what an effort there from Aire inside the circle.
Exceptional fielding once again. This is exactly what we were talking about. Nepal not giving an inch to Canada, showcasing their brilliance in the field. The urgency and the energy to kind of keep the batters down. And this is what creates a difference in these middle overs. Each and every run is important, and that's what they're trying to show. Have to give it to them for this exceptional fielding effort.
As he found the gap, Sompal Kami quick on his feet there.
And with that, the 50 is up for Mihir Patel. 52 not out. 51 not out, I beg your pardon, of 97 deliveries.
Three fours. Four.
Dipendra Singh, I beg your pardon, Kushan Burtel now from the other end. Oh, that's a direct hit. Looks close and he's given him out. Once again, Nepal showing their brilliance in the field, showing that they cannot be taken for granted. And look at that one-handed picket and throw, and got him short by inches.
Nepal is hunting down the high performance Canada here. Could have been a better call. Laziness there. And as a shot off his ground, clearly. Get that on the replay. He started quickly. Was lazy to drag his bat. Is still holding. There's not enough morning walk here, especially how Nepal's been able to intimidate the batting side with the fielding. Khyber should be knowing what he's to expect out of the fielding and the bowling of Nepal.
Yes, I think there was a slightly delayed decision on Khyber's part to take that run, and that's what caused him to be falling short with those inches.
He gets late in the middle. Look at that. He starts quick, and then look at him. He feels that he's home. And then he realizes that throw's been already dispatched.
Yes, he wasn't particularly happy with the decision, but we have the benefit of seeing these replays, and I'm sure when he goes back, he would realize that he was short of the ground. Once again, Nepal's exceptional fielding because we have seen so many direct hits in the last 2 or 3 games. And this is what champion sides do in the middle overs phase or even generally during the game. They convert these half chances.
The landscape of cricket might be different with the conditions for Nepal, for Canada, for Australia, for India, because the conditions they play in is very different. But the fielding, it levels the game. It is a leveler. It is because the batting, the surfaces, it may cause you trouble, but the fielding, the onus is upon you.
Exactly.
It
Absolutely. I cannot disagree with you.
it comes from within you because that's one area individually you can contribute. Okay, the batter hasn't contributed, the bowler hasn't contributed, but you as a fielder, that responsibility lays on your shoulder to stop the runs. But if you've already thought about letting it go and you know that the game's far from done, so you know that you've given it away. But Nepal has been displaying it, cuts away.
Absolutely. And I think someone rightly said that fielding defines the soul of a side. Batting and bowling, yes, those are two qualities that wins you cricket matches, but fielding that enables you to create that positive difference each and every time a side is down. That's beautifully bowled once again by Kushal Burtel. Fielding is something that will always bring you back in the game, and we saw that. We saw that in the second ODI with those 3 runouts, with those 3 direct hits.
Because how are you to define a team's unison? How are you to define if a team's playing in unity? It's the energy and the fielding spirit. It says a lot about a side that how well they're able to gel. It is about the fielding, the encouragement that happens on the field that shows you how well they are meshing in together.
Absolutely. End of the over once again, 36 done, 104 for 5. Good thing is that Mihir Patel is still there. He's the Welcome back. Karan brought into the attack now. 37th over in operation. Mihir Patel on strike. White ball. Once again, white ball down the leg side. Not a good start here by Karan. Karan starting off with a couple of wides. Nepal can ill afford that at this stage, given the state of the game. Once again, down the leg side, tucked away for a single.
Oliver Cox coming down the order again. It is a very peculiar decision, having a county batter in your side, setting after 5 wickets. It it forces me to scratch my head and reflect the decision.
Well, maybe the team sees him as a finisher. We don't know yet, but yeah, I agree with you in terms of your assessment. He's the man in form. He's playing well. He's seeing the ball well. We saw that in the last 2 games. Definitely warrants a promotion of the batting order. Slightly high back lift.
A sane cricketer of the pull shot, Oliver Cox, got immense power in him.
Yes, packs a punch when he plays the pull shot.
Yeah.
Definitely loves the short delivery. As we saw in the previous few games, always ready to rock back on that back foot.
He hasn't shown any defects playing against spin too.
Yes, he's watching the ball pretty closely, even against the spinners. Even though he gets beaten, he still kind of comes back the next delivery. And we see Mihir Patel trying to scoop it over the onside this time. And that's 4.
One bounce for Mihir Patel. He collects a boundary, a solid pickup shot from the leg line. Look at him take it away, whips it away over the head of the fielders who are inside, and gets him 1 bounce and a 4. A&W blitz boundary there for Mihir Patel. Finally, we might be able to see some boundaries scored here, because they're here at the 37th over. The game is shot into 48.
Yes, I think it's about time that Mihir takes charge. He's been there, spent a lot of time at the wicket. Definitely needs to up the ante now. Karan has been slightly off color in this over with his line. It's been more leg side-ish. He started off from the northern end, now he's back at the pavilion end. I wonder if that's probably causing some issues with him with his line.
If it is expected by Karan and Nepal that they're going to come here and going to play very mundane cricket, they're not going to do that. The batters have to get better of them to play the strokes, and they'll have to carve the strokes out, because that stroke played by Mihir defines that he's very much capable, and he needs to start doing that, because there's no excuse right now after facing 100 deliveries. He's made 50. He's well settled. He knows that, and it has to get better between the batter, because he's standing there from the very beginning, the inception of the innings.
And interestingly, I also like the field out here, Abdul. I see that Nepal is challenging me here to go over the top. Both mid-on and mid-off are up in the ring. There's no deep mid-wicket either. Just a couple of men on the boundary. In fact, 4 men on the boundary, which is a traditional field. Sweeper cover, third man, deep fine leg and deep square leg. The straight field is quite...
That's a biggie from Mihir Patel. He has to take the owners. He dispatches one right into the ground B there.
Slightly short of length. Just picks it up and connects it right off the middle of the bat. That's a beautiful looking shot, and that's the right intent. Canada would want to see more of that from me.
He can do. That was a magnificent stroke. It was dropped shot. He came down, and then he belted that one.
Absolutely. I think we are in for some exciting cricket by the looks of it. Oliver Cox facing Kushal Burtel. 118 for 5. High performance Canada. Tossed up, driven, could not find the gap.
Now with that 6 and 4, it will also improve Mihir's strike rate when he departs off the crease. with those couple of sixes and fours, what he will try to hit now, he'll be very happy. And he'll tell that he's surely tried his very best because he hasn't played for his own achievements there. Clearly, it says that once you've finished your mark of 50 or X number of balls you face, now it has to be contributed towards team's victory.
Oh, lovely bowling there. That was a googly, and he picked it a little late. Played it off the back foot. Could not find the single though.
Coordination can go better between the stumps.
Absolutely, I agree. I think right now Mihir is kind of on his heels. He has to be on his toes. He needs to have that eagerness to find that single.
It's very comfortable with Samra.
This time down the leg side, looking for the sweep, probably
Come back
off
for
the
the
pad.
second one. Should be coming back for the second one. Has to look back here. No excuse there.
Like by signaled. Yes, I think there needs to be some urgency shown by Canada.
They haven't got whole time in the world here. But if Mihir Patel's taking on the strike, then he has to be worthy of it to do it because it's just not Oliver Cox.
Tossed up, driven down to long on. Long off, I beg your pardon. After this over, we have only 10 overs remaining. What we typically call the slog overs with reference to ODI cricket. Remember, this is a 48-over game. Shot, and he goes back and pulls it to deep long on. Just a single once again.
Cox retains the strike. End of 38 overs. 121 for 5. Presents it straight bat.
Once again, showing that Nepal are willing to take a gamble here by getting mid-on and mid-off up in the ring.
They need some gravy here. And the gravy for the recipe is going to be the singles. That's going to make it more delicious for the high performance side.
Karan Casey started off really well. Unfortunate not to pick up a wicket, but he bowled really well in the opening spell. Once again, down the leg side.
Showing us his favorite direction, Oliver Cox. As soon as it drops shot, you know where it's going to go if Oliver Cox is batting. He's been able to pick some runs off that direction without any risk involved. $121 for 5. Mihir on 64. Cox goes on, goes high. Is it handsome enough? Looks like that. Yes, it is. A sumptuous shot straight down the ground by Oliver Cox to collect half a dozen there. In his arc, free his arms, goes there for the freedom, and he gets it.
It's beautifully played. Excellent timing out here. And in terms of the placement as well, he knew exactly what he was doing. Nepal was gambling with both the fielders up in the ring, and he took that chance.
This is required. This is indeed required. Cox and Patel should be batting, thinking it's a T20 game if they want to up the ante.
Once again, slower delivery, this time in the air and taken. Well bowled there by Karan. Good smart bowling out here. Rolled his fingers over the ball. It gripped in the surface. And Oliver Cox trying the same shot once again, but just found the outside edge of the bat and a good catch.
Smart change from Karan, isn't it? Rolling the fingers, trying that stride from Oliver Cox, seeing that he's ready to take him on, immediately changed, kept the line same, and took the pace off. And it is Karan Casey who gets easy Oliver Cox.
This is excellent bowling out here by Nepal. They knew exactly what they were doing, enticing the batter to go for the same shot once again, over mid-on or mid-off. But this time around, he did not reach the pitch of the ball, and it was a slower ball which kind of held into the surface, got some extra bounce, and got the outside edge.
There's Parvesh Ahuja in the side. I'd like to see Parvesh Ahuja come on. If it's Parvesh who's come on to bat, he knows how to change the torque of the innings. He can surely flame the innings up. I'm sure if it can be zoomed in, can identify if it's Parvesh Ahuja. It's Adil Khan, not Parvesh Ahuja. He's looked confident from the very first stroke, and Khan will have to remain there before he gets off.
Yes, Canada can definitely not afford any more runouts. That's the end of the over. Once again, he did in the last over when we saw him coming down the track and also hitting a couple of lusty blows.
The Warrior needs to understand that there's no meaning when the innings is dead. They need the innings alive. So his objective would be to revive the innings and reinvent the whole operation, how he's going to take the play on. Because that six surely gave us potent signs of what he can do. Especially he's been kept quiet, an ardent player.
Change in bowling once again. Kushal Malla being introduced into the attack now. This is interesting. A left arm spinner coming on from the far end or the northern end.
This might be the opportunity where Patel and Khan would be looking out to score for. Kushal's rolling his arm for the first time and straight away would want to throw him off the balance. Much flighted up straight there. There's not going to be a fielder, so he can play it safely.
Yes, hit it in the gap, but did not have enough power behind the shot. The intentions are right. He needs to go for it now. He needs to kind of find the boundary more often than not. This time, Adil Khan on strike. Can he provide the impetus needed for high performance Canada alongside Mihir Patel? Nicely bowled. No run there.
The focal point for me to discuss would be the singles again. The rotation of the strikes has picked that well up. It's in the gap there. A diving effort has saved 2 runs for Nepal.
Once again, excellent fielding in the deep. This is what we were emphasizing on. Nepal not giving an inch to Canada here. Making sure that they are stopping those singles, those boundaries, and making Canada work really hard for their runs.
The clear message the coach can give the batter by admonishing would be that just rotate the strike and give it back to the player who's settled.
That's what he exactly did there, taking a single.
And that would be the smart cricket. Any cricket fan or anyone who knows the game would tell that he's doing the right move. It is not because he cannot hit. It is just because he's new to the crease and the conditions are against the batting. Looks like the breeze will just carry that away to
What
the
a
boundary.
phenomenal effort at the boundary, that one. If he's managed to save that, this will be an incredible effort at the boundary line.
This is unreal. This is unreal. An holistic approach of fielding here from Anil Kumar Saha. Looks like he's made the contact. We'll clarify on the replay here. Was a stroke here to be played. Mihir did that well. Oh, what a save, you beauty. It's a gem of a fielder.
Incredible fielding. I think this is probably the save of the entire series. We haven't seen fielding as good as this. He had to dive, and that too backwards. He caught the ball. He was in the air.
Qualifier 2. Surely they have the impregnable armor that is their fielding. It's very tough for the batting. They're making sure that the batters are frustrated. They're on toes, not giving away any easy runs. He's plucked that one. He's plucked that one. Goes there for 6 runs. Mihir Patel. He's reviving the innings here. He's giving us a little trailer of his ability.
That was beautifully picked up. Short delivery, dispatched over deep mid-wicket. Deserved to be there. No pace on it. And Mihir Patel waiting back on the back foot.
He's reading well. He's reading the ball well, really well. Mihir Patel here. He needs to get going because this is the time. This is the time to steal the show. He's always been with his performance on, and this is the time for Mihir again to shine out bright.
And you can see the strike rate definitely improving as well. 72 of 107 deliveries. He was struggling a while back, but now he's catching up.
And cleaned up.
Abdul.
Karan Casey having the last laugh, going against the line. Mihir Patel thought it would be okay to go fancy.
Yes, way too far.
Hold him around the legs.
Absolutely.
He left his leg stump on. Changed his angle.
Change of angle, and he tried to be a little cheeky by moving across the stumps, but exposed his middle and leg stump. Could not make connection and paid the price. But nevertheless, a good innings in the end, given how he played in the last 2 to 3 overs to accelerate the scoring. Mihir Patel.
It strongly speaks about the possession, the ability of Mihir Patel that he has. He can hit surely a valiant 72, 73 runs that he has scored for the team here. Because at once we thought that it will be difficult for Canada to get at 138. That was the score, the projected score showing at the 25th over at 138. But those blows from Mihir have come detrimental to Nepal, and for sure it's going to uplift the score of the high performance side.
Yes, and the current projected score being at 164, which still is a bit low in my opinion, but at least it's better than what it was, say, about 5 or 6 overs back.
I'd still say that Mihir would be unhappy after that score because he gifted his wicket away to Karan, because not usually you would see any of the batters getting bowled round the stumps.
Especially to a fast bowler.
He moved too much. He moved too much to expose. He hasn't got anyone to blame but himself.
Yeah, and interestingly, he didn't go for a swing as well. He just tried to flick it around the corner. Maybe if he had tried, as we see another new batter coming in, yeah, maybe if he had tried to kind of hit it over or scoop it over fine leg, that might have been fruitful, but he chose to just tickle it around the corner and missed it. Difficult to kind of play it from that line.
They've got 2 more batters. Christian Kalicharan, he's the man from Trinidad Tobago, likes to bat top of the order, a different role. They've still got 2 batters apart from him that I'm looking forward to see. One is Tajinder Singh, all the way he's come from US. After finishing his minor league circuit, he's come back to play in the side of the high performance. And the other one's Parvesh Ahuja. And if the wicket's fallen, I don't mind seeing either any of them coming from the two, any of one, because they have the ability, they have that mark to change the complexion of the game.
Adil Khan taking strike. He's been there for a couple of overs. Here comes Karan from round the wicket. Once again, getting that extra bounce as well.
Risky playing across, especially when the ball's going away from your outside edge when you're trying to swing it away.
With that angle, yes, it's a little difficult, and that's exactly what Karan wants him to do.
Needs to keep the head clean for the strikings to be made by any of the batter. If there's too much going on in your head, you got to take it step by step. Because knowing how much to score and when to score will only clutter the mind. Excellent change of pace and pulled his length back, seeing the batter drag forward. Smart bowling and a finish to Karan Casey's over.
As we see a single taken down the leg side, Christian Kalicharan. Shares the last name with a West Indian legend, Alvin Kalicharan, who played in the 70s and 80s. He was a brilliant batter to watch. Left-handed southpaw.
As a right-hander, his score, I think his highest score in the list of games was 404 for Christian Kalicharan for the West Indies. Has moved up north to Canada, seeking a breakthrough.
Alvin was exceptional against fast bowling as well. Viewers might want to look up a few YouTube videos of Alvin Kalicharan playing those lusty pull shots and hook shots of faster men in those days. And that was the pre-helmet era as well, as we see another single being taken.
Cross batted. A lot of shots we've seen from Adil Khan have come with the cross bat. Will they be able to plunder? Is the question.
What do you think is a good score now, Abdul? Are we looking at 180 still?
I'd say 180. If they're able to get to 40 runs in 6 overs, that'll be great. It's not impossible. But if they start firing, fueling in with some more boundaries, yeah, 200. The first time in this game plan for the 4 days, we'll be reaching 400.
Yes, it would be interesting to see. It's not easy though, but good recovery nevertheless by High Performance Canada so far. Looking to go for the wild slog. Probably pitching outside leg stump with that angle. It's hard to get an LBW.
Moves away, especially because he's bowling around the stumps. There'll be a question if it's.
Yeah, definitely touch and go in terms of where it pitched. Probably pitched outside the leg stump or. As we see the replay coming up.
The only reason why I was silenced is because of the call. Height might be the factor. Look at that. You think it's pitching outside the leg?
If we have the mat, we might see that the ball pitched outside leg stump.
Come on, steer a bit of controversy here for the viewers.
I will put my money on pitching outside leg. And especially with that angle, it's hard to give an LBW unless it's really full and it's hitting him in front of the stumps. It did hit in front of the stumps, but I don't know where it pitched. I probably feel it's outside leg stump.
Yep.
Shot pulled away, but would be going straight to the fielder in the deep. But good intent shown now by Canada, going for their big hits.
Khyber Khan was run out. I see his name. We apologize for the score delay.
Karan once again.
Oh, he's got that one. That's sailing. Don't manage running. Look at that. That's gone miles. Miles from the fence.
What a pickup shot this one. Stood there, stand and deliver. That's what it was.
It was just brute force from the batter. Look at him. He was trying to hit against that line. He managed to get hold of this one. Whoa, what force put that into?
I would be worried if that grey car standing there was mine. Would be calling up my insurance pretty soon if the next one comes on the car.
Is that your car then? Then
Thankfully,
you gotta
no.
pray. Then you gotta pray for someone who's got their car inside the field. It's for them to worry.
That's why we have TD as one of the sponsors. And TD Insurance will help you fix that.
I'm sure.
This time on the offside. Looking for a second run. Goes against it. Good fielding once again in the deep.
Much better attitude, much better change that we are seeing. They need those big blows coming off. They need to launch it.
As we see Karan coming in for the fifth ball of the 43rd over. Should be called a wide. Interestingly not. The batter is surprised. So are we. Definitely should have been called a wide. You see that angle?
Nah, very close, very close. That's going away.
Exactly.
Still in the tram line.
But it went away, further away from the batter.
Very harsh to tell. That's why sometimes it has to be the umpire's call, not you and me.
Well, I generally see umpires not giving it wide if the batter moves, but in that case, I just thought he was unlucky. And nicely driven down the ground. Could it be a boundary? No, it just cut off at long on.
He's blasting that one out of his bat. Everything seems like coming off the launch pad.
As we see a few drops of rain falling down, and once again, we just hope that it's kept out.
Hopefully, till another 7 or 6 overs. 5 overs. My bad.
And he's bowled him. Kushal Mala bringing that one in. with the arm, no turn. As we see the replay, Kalicharan going on the back foot, moving away a bit, trying to make room, but missing the ball completely.
The anecdote here is that whenever we've seen drizzles come in, it has bought Nepal a wicket.
Absolutely. They broke the opening partnership with their first wicket just before the first rain delay. And now we see the umpires probably having a chat in the middle. We just hope that it's just a passing shower and doesn't rain too much, because right now the match is set up beautifully with Canada trying to up the ante. The last few overs, we see a few players trying to suggest to the umpire that the rain is getting harder. Kushal, once again. Ooh, that bounced a bit.
Gets the finest of the edges.
Jaskaran Buttar is the new batter.
Very much capable, Jaskaran Buttar, of big hits.
I think Khyber Khan Mohammad is the key now. He's hit the ball well, and I think Canada,
Spin
if they
against
have to,
Khyber will be a barbaric battle if he's able to get hold of one.
strong lad, strong shoulders, as we see him tuck down the leg side for a single. The wind has picked up as well. As we spoke in the morning, it's not easy conditions for anybody, including us in the commentary box, Abdul.
Not an easy task. You guys been enjoying at the comforts of your home. A better place and a better ball here from Kushal Mala.
Beautifully bowled.
And a lot of credit has to go to the production team and Cricket Canada for ensuring that you guys enjoy from the comforts of your home in this weather.
Yes, I agree. Not easy conditions. These pictures are brought to you by the Six Creations, Boundaries North, and Cricket Canada combined. And a wild swing.
Looks like the umpires would want to take off the field given condition, because not sure. I think it was the bails that have fallen. I'm very gullible in this situation because not sure what's happening exactly with on and off of drizzles. It makes it difficult for any prediction. Sompal Kami.
In the attack.
What a sink.
Yep.
What a sink, just like how the keeper and the bowler sink again.
Well, yeah, that's all about working in pair, but not in the commentary box. I don't think speaking over each other is fair. But yeah, I think in all excitement, which we have seen in the last few overs, we are all looking forward to some fireworks.
Well, I think The last six that was hit by Khyber, we did speak together, and that I think adds the value on. This time he slashed that hard, but not enough power on it to take it over the fence.
Yeah, this is good bowling out here, but Sompal Kami banging it into the pitch and kind of taking pace off the ball as well.
He has to be ready, Khyber Khan.
Yeah, they're mixing it up nicely. As we see Jaskaran Buttar taking strike.
Still 180 is achievable from here. It's like it's not too bad of a total, but against Nepal, if they're able to get hold of 30 runs.
A classic old slog over mid-wicket and missing the ball.
18 balls and 30. I don't think so. It's a bad ask or an unrealistic.
I think it's a little hard, to be honest, on this track, unless they get a real bad ball. They would need to convert those good balls into boundaries, but which is hard to do on this track, where we have seen spin, bounce, pace coming
Track
off
has
the
been
ball.
difficult, for sure, but what the right strokes played is the question.
Interestingly, this time it's given wide up though, and we were wondering in the previous over, the umpire
Is
deciding against it.
compensating for the last wide because he might have heard you and me having an argument over the wide, so he might have thought that, you know what, I'm going to give it this time to the to Venu's thought.
But if I was the batter last time around, I would not have been happy. Trust me, with that decision. You can clearly see a strategy out here. He's trying to bowl it wide outside off stump, taking the leg side out of the equation.
And Khyber is firmly standing there on the leg side despite knowing what's his plan been from the very first ball.
Yes, I think he needs to kind of change his approach and try to look to go over the offside. Instead of deep mid-wicket, probably extra cover might be a better option with the angle.
My apologies, it was Jaskaran Buttar. Right there into his body.
Yeah, good change up there. He's mixing it up nicely. Not being predictable.
Khyber Khan's been impressive with that striking. Has shown us a small glimpse and a snippet what he can do. He should come blaring out with a big noise. Straight up there, that's a boisterous shot. Stand there and fetch it from the boundary rope.
Magnificent. What a lusty blow that one. Standing tall, waiting for the ball, and this time going straighter. This is exactly what we spoke about. Try a different option. He was trying to go across the line earlier, but this time the line being predictable and the batter waiting and just hitting it at the right moment.
That sound was too loud from the bat, and immediately anyone would tell that would be a six or a boundary, at least if he would not have connected properly.
And landed pretty close to our commentary box as well.
$45 done, 163. 3 overs remaining, 20 is what we are looking at to have 180 over 180.
This time, bowling change, Kushan Burtel. Tosses it up, down the leg side. In the gap, but would be just a single. Decides against the second. Probably should have gone for two.
Trying to pick the gaps. It is the double-edged sword you're against. Jaskaran Buttar is given that light to us, knowing that what his approach is going to be, and Khyber Khan for sure has been the strong contender to latch on big sixes.
Here comes Kushal.
Butter goes big, Butter goes high, but not long enough. What an unreal effort here. Stop it, you cannot do Nepal. You are not splashing in the swimming pool. What a dive here to dismiss Jaskaran Butter. That was played in gap. And the fielder here from a remarkable effort. Come on, no way. You're diving towards your right. Splashed on.
That is a super Herculean effort. What an effort in the field. Nepal have been extremely impressive. Another angle to look at that. Hit really hard. And this was unbelievable. He was flying in the air, full stretch to his right. Wow. Something special. As we see another angle here. This is the best angle to look at it. Look at the fielder moving towards his right, diving in the air, falling on the ground, and still holding the catch intact. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. This is top-class fielding.
Parvesh Ahuja has been evoked. Comes on straight away, goes for a reverse. A very talented T20 batter, Parvesh. At once, the innings, I've seen him play. I can tell with his ability because I saw innings somewhere between 80 odd runs at 15th over. He managed to score 160 in 5. That was the score, but he's against the very talented spinner and the fielding attack of Nepal.
Yes, that was a good change-up, a googly. Parvesh did not read that. I'm mighty impressed, Abdul, with Nepal's fielding. I think that is something which has been exceptional to watch. Treat for the eyes. Here comes Kushal. Tosses it up. Play down the onside this time. Along the ground. For a single. 165 for 9. We are looking at the last ball of the 46th over. Remember, it's a 48 over game. So just 2 overs remaining after this for High Performance Canada.
I'd still bet my money by the middle of the over till 190 at least, having Khaibar Khan and Parvesh Ahuja on crease.
Not if they bowl like that. It's a beauty to end the over. Once again, end of the over, 165 for 9 in 46 overs. We got 2 overs to go, 12 deliveries, 12 legal deliveries left. Would be interesting to see if my co-commentator and good friend Abdul's prediction of 190 would come true or not.
I'd be happy for high performance side, the way they've managed to recover.
190 would make a really good game out of it. The second innings would be even more interesting to watch.
Very much. Because the bowling swing with Noman Zafar, they've got Irfan Sadat, they've got Zahid Shirzad, and then spin options with Tajinder Singh, Sukhjinder Singh, and then they've got Padam Joshi too, who can spin.
Just a reminder to our viewers as well, since this is more of a practice series, they are allowed to change their squad in the middle of the game and introduce newer players to try out their skills in the middle. As we see Sompal Kami, well, a bit too optimistic to get an LBW from that angle. Leg by signaled.
Ahuja on a big stage. It'll be there at the back of his mind. An opportunity for him to prove, to make his mark, show his signs to the selectors, and give a good scratch on head for the selectors to get him. This is the time. Help build Canada high performance team. Show what you got. Nicely carved out. His running hard and he's found a boundary. Look at that. How sweetly he's managed to blast it to the mid-wicket region. Wasn't a wrong ball. Absolutely not, Venu.
That was almost a Yorker length delivery, and he just managed to play a kind of a half helicopter shot, I may say so. A flick of the wrist.
I haven't seen a better result of a Yorker.
Beautifully played, and that too in the gap. And that wasn't too far from the fielder in the deep.
Trust me, the best effort on that type of delivery is to survive, and Parvesh Ahuja has managed to skin that one out. Tries the cut, gets off the strike. Has to go to Parvesh Ahuja.
And as we saw another six being hit, this time by Parvez Ahuja, this is exceptional batting here. And I'm thinking that Abdul's prediction is going to come true.
Hopefully, because the talent he possesses, surely with Khyber Khan on the charge, will complement Parvesh Ahuja.
There's good batting out here by Canada. Good finish. Strong finish.
That's flown away. That's what happens. Even the fortune favors brave. That's flown away with the intent of Parvesh Ahuja. He wanted to play it on the leg side, but look at it. Fly almost over the head of the wicketkeeper, who's a bystander to that boundary.
Exactly the kind of boundaries that I would hate as a fielding team captain, but as a batter, I would take that any day.
One more, 7 more balls, Parvesh. Give us more. Give our viewers more. Goes big. This is handsome. This is tall. He can only fetch half a dozen, not 12 runs out of that. That's the biggest of the lot. That's gone far away to ground E.
That's a beautiful shot. Look at the extension of the arms. Look at that shot. Crosses the pavilion, which is on towards our right. And between the pavilion and the straight side
That's
screen.
up and above everything.
Absolutely. That was one of the biggest sixes today, along with what we saw in the previous over from Khyber Khan. So now we are seeing some fine fireworks finally, Abdul. After 4 days of cricket, this is classical death overs batting at its best.
Can get my collar up for the batting thanks to Parvesh Ahuja, who's not let me down.
Well, 187 for 9, and I must give it to you, Abdul, for that prediction of 190. We are looking on track. Who would have known?
Not if the wicket falls. Not if the wicket falls.
Yeah, but 187 is not bad either. It's like we were not expecting this at all, say about 5 to 6 overs back.
Recap of the innings. The total was showing, it was projecting at 138.
We have Parvez Ahuja on strike.
Khyber Khan for you, and looks like he'll survive.
I beg your pardon, it was Khyber Khan on strike. We got it corrected by the scorer.
5 legal balls.
5 legal deliveries. Kushal Burtel has bowled really well.
2 boundaries, 2 big sixes. Can we?
Hope so, from Canada's point of view. Down the track and hits
Oh,
it. Straight.
come on. That's a monstrous blow from Khyber Khan special. Look at the power. Look at the striking, and just keep watching it on the loop. Even the camera could not catch it once it was met by the bat.
Yes, exceptional hitting this. And probably the first time that we have seen a batter use his feet effectively to a spin bowler. Nicely down the track, reaches the pitch of the ball and plays it down the ground. Brilliant batting. Once again, played on the onside this time. Looking for the second run, denied. The partnership is 30 of 13 deliveries. This is exceptional finishing.
Look at the strike rate Ahuja is batting on, and Khyber Khan too.
This is a great end to the series, I believe, from Canada's standpoint, from the batting
Looks
standpoint.
like one is a cannon, the other one's bazooka.
Down the track, and this time stumped. That's the end of the innings for High Performance Canada. Kushal Burtel deserved that wicket. Has bowled really well today.
Stayed low, unlucky for Ahuja, and the bazooka has been diffused. So at least 194. First time we've crossed the mark of 190, 195 to win. There's much in the game here left. Canada High Performance being bowled out and has been a sudden spike in the boundaries and runs, big sixes, thanks to Khyber Khan. It was initiated by Mihir Patel, his 70 runs, a brave effort from Patel, who remained there standing strong for the team, scoring runs, and then later on the charge was picked up by Parvesh Ahuja and Khyber Khan. Unfortunately, Canada could not bat all 48 overs, but they'll be very happy with the effort.
Absolutely. And we will see you after the break with Nepal looking to chase down 195 in this final ODI. Till then, sit tight. We'll be back in a break. If you have just joined us back, you're seeing an onslaught of sorts. Another six here by Anil Kumar Shah. Already had a boundary in this over. Tajinder Singh trying to bring the ball in the slot and beautifully dispatched over deep mid wicket. Wonderful start here for Nepal. Slightly different approach. 16 for no loss. We're in the second over. Chasing a sizable total given the conditions, 195 to win. And Anil Kumar Shah, who has been in great form in this series, showing his class. High Performance Canada batted first today. Scored 194. Flourish in the end with some boundary hitting. And the anchor role being played by Mihir Patel. As we are waiting for the ball to be retrieved back from the boundary. Jinder Singh once again running in, bowling to Anil Kumar Shah. That's a great comeback. Good delivery. Angling in, tucking the batsman up for room. Nepal starting off well here. An aggressive start. 6 and a 4 in this over already. Chasing 195. Required run rate is 3.86. Once again, darting back in, driven down the ground for a single, a quick single. Good batting out here by Nepal. Keeping the scoreboard ticking. They realize that they need to make use of this power play to get some scoring. Different opening combination as well today for Nepal. We have Anil Kumar Shah and Mohammad Asif Sheikh. This time the ball holding its line. End of a good over for Nepal. 17 for the loss of no wicket. 2 overs done in pursuit of 195. Now we have Zahid Shirzad continuing from the northern end. Bang on target in this series. Been very accurate. Anil Kumar Saha, 12 of 12 deliveries. Not often do we see a strike rate of 100 in this ongoing series. Slightly fuller, driven down the ground. Canada definitely had some momentum towards the end of the innings. There's a bit of a spring in the step of all the Canadian fielders as well, as you can see. Conditions are still cold. Very windy. And that could have been the first wicket. I was almost about to say that could be the first wicket. An easy chance at first slip being dropped. As we see the replay, a good length delivery, rising up. Anil Kumar Saha hanging his bat out, and you cannot get an easier chance like that in the slips. Costly miss by Canada. Yes, we know these are not easy conditions to field. It's cold. It's windy. But that ball definitely was falling right in his lap. Slightly lazy, I would say, or maybe took it a little too easy. A casual approach. A costly miss, nevertheless. Nicely bowled once again in that channel that we spoke about. And a good leave as well by the batter. Right, Shirzad. Short and wide this time, trying to cut it. Missed out. Final delivery of the third over. A good one for Canada. Unfortunate that the catch was dropped, but a really good over. As we see the replay of the dropped catch, well, definitely should have taken that. In the air this time once again. Falling in no man's land. Lucky Anil Kumar Saha. He's riding his luck. Tried to hit that one out of the park once again. Miscued it. Mid-on running back. Could have been a slightly better effort maybe. But yeah, this was slightly lucky for Anil Kumar Saha once again. Hitting the slice of the bat. Did not get in the middle. He's taking his chances out here. He's been pretty patient in the previous games, but I believe today, with 194 on board, as we see another appeal for LBW, but that was doing a bit too much, I believe. Yeah, with 194 on board, I think they're trying to go for some early boundaries to get the scoreboard moving and make it easier on the middle order, because we know what the spinners can do in the middle phases of the game. Not easy conditions still for batting. The ball moving around a bit. It's windy, it's cold. High Performance Canada scored 194 batting first today. Here comes Tajinder, nicely bowled once again. And a good single. Good placement. Good batting this. Looking for that quick single. Not taking any undue risks. Anil Kumar Shah is the one who is trying to force the pace. So giving the strike back to him. Tajinder Singh once again running in. Slightly short. Played it down to third man for a single. Interesting approach today by Nepal by not sending in their regular opener, Arjun Saud, who's always partnering Anil Kumar Shah. Last ball of the fourth over. Tajinder coming in and tries to pitch it short. Was the slower leg cutter. He tried to pull it away, could not get the connection. Mohammad Asif Sheikh. And that's the end of another over. 22 for the loss of no wickets. Nepal trying to get a move on here early in this innings. 4 overs, 23 for no loss, I beg your pardon. Lots of chit chat going around with the wicket keeper. Maybe they're trying to tell him it's not easy. As I'm joined now by my co-commentator, Abdul. Start here, Abdul, for Nepal.
Indeed, good afternoon, everyone. It was a good break to come back. And looks like I've missed some action, especially Nepal taking on the onslaught against the high performance side. And it seems like while I was enjoying my break, seeing Anil Kumar with the full flow of his bat too.
Zahid Shehzad, as usual, has been spot on with his line and length.
I've come re-energized, Venu. Got a question for you straight away. Do you not think Anil Kumar's approach is very different with that one given chance he's been dropped on slip? He's tried to maximize the opportunity and has tried scoring more runs than ever because his batting attribute is closely towards contemporary style.
And
another one goes down.
Was that a drop chance? We'll get to see the replay. This would be a better angle. Punched off the back foot. Tough one, but we saw Nepal taking these catches, and that was one huge difference.
This will surely make difference, and at this level, this is supposed to be caught. This is very, very catchable and disappointing from the high performance side.
Yes, given that the ball wasn't traveling at a great speed, he had enough time to cover.
And Shirzad will be despicable with the effort, despising the effort what the fielders are putting in.
He's been the unlucky bowler twice now. The previous over, we saw Anil Kumar Shah's catch being dropped, and coming back to your point about that, yes, he would look to maximize his opportunities. The one at first slip was even easier, I believe. It was carrying slowly. Generally, you get the ball really fast at slip, but this one was coming easily into his lap. Once again, a nice length here, not giving any room or any opportunity for the batter to go off the or play it off the back foot or hit it or punch it through the offside. The ball is kind of hitting the bat hard.
I think Zayed's doing his job really well here. He's giving the opportunities, and you cannot ask anything more from the bowler because his job is to give you an opportunity, and the rest goes to the fielders. And it was once Anil Kumar Shah and then Mohammad Asif Sheikh on the second time.
Nicely bowled once again. I think we are seeing some exceptional bowling out here by Zayed Shirzad, who has mightily impressed us in the last 3 to 4 games. I believe he has been really consistent, especially in his opening spells.
Sticks to the line, sticks to the plan, and executes really well. Zahid Shirzad, especially given the amount of pace at he bowls at, because it's not easy controlling the new ball and then generating pace too. There's a hint of swing played over the head of the fielder at the square of the wicket. I'll give him some runs, and also will rub off Zahid Shirzad the other way around because Asif Sheikh was dropped.
Yes, at the end of 5 overs, 27 for no loss. I think Nepal would be happy with this start.
A commanding start by Nepal.
Almost going at 6 and over. If they can get to, say, about 70 or 80 in the first 15 overs, I think we are in for a tight game. It looks quite possible at the moment with their approach.
I think this game belongs to Nepal because the change they've made, especially with pushing Arjun Saud down the order, they pushed him a little.
Jinder once again.
Good seam of the surface for Tejinder. Good collect by Bismillah Ali Khil.
Yes, yeah, we have seen a lot of in swing for Tejinder Singh as well. Likes to bring the ball into the right-handers. Prodigious in swing.
Would this be the answer to the problem for Nepal with Arjun Saud being demoted? Because middle order is something that they needed, that stability. Anil Shah and Arjun Saud were able to give that good start, but failing to convert it to a great one.
Yes, that would be interesting to see. This time played down to third man, would be looking for a second run, going for it. I agree. I think this change looks to be in conjunction with what you said to provide that stability to the middle order. Arjun has been in really good nick. And both him and Anil had forged a couple of really good opening partnerships as well. So I don't see any reason to change that combination unless you really want to find some stability in the middle order, which looks to be the case.
And I believe that has worked in the favor of Nepal from the previous game. First game they've won. The second game, I mean to say, for Nepal, the first game that they won so far, it was the second game of the one day. And then later, third game again won by Nepal. This is the fourth and the final one. The four game one days led by Nepal by winning 2 matches on the go.
Jinder to Anil. This time again, an inside edge onto the pads. Canada need that bit of luck going their way.
Tad bit unlucky for Tejinder and high performance team. Especially, I think that one wicket it'll not go well with Ali Nadeem at first slip. Was usually safe pair of hands. Not today with the condition. I don't think for winners the conditions, the challenge would matter because always they come on with a motive to deliver to the team. As the saying goes, a smooth sea has never produced a good sailor. So these conditions are there to test you, and if it's to test you, make sure you give a good result out from the test.
29 for no loss. 6 overs done. Once again, Zahid Shirzad coming in from the northern end. Lovely bowling. There's a quick single out here, and I believe
Very inert effort from the fielders of the high performance side because Nepal wasn't giving any opportunity for the batters to take those singles. If they're able to sneak these singles, where's the pressure?
exactly. And I was about to say the same, Abdul, that this has been a difference between the two sides. Unfortunately, Canadian high performance team needs to pull up their socks.
A huge difference, and knowing Khurram Chauhan, he would be disappointed with the effort because he himself puts in a lot of effort on training the team on fielding. Going down, there has to be something. Zahid Shirzad.
Interestingly, the umpire has signaled wide.
There's excitement from the keeper, from the bowler.
Looked
Immediately.
close to the bat.
Immediately from the time keeper caught it, it was Zahid Shirzad appealing. Later on, it was joined by first and the second slip.
Tight call there. Hard to tell whether it touched the bat or the pads, but the umpire was very firm in his decision.
He'll be annoyed.
As we all know, sometimes the bowlers and the keeper appeal to put the umpire off from giving that white signal. Lovely bowling once again. Nicely played too.
What has really worked in Zahid Shirzad's bowling is that his impeccable line and length because he gets so consistent where most of the bowlers miss on the mark. That's what gets Zahid Shirzad to a level that he's bowling with consistency. He might be one or two wides, but that's when he tries too hard.
Once again, pushing him on the back foot with that length.
It's just not about his bowling that he runs hard and bowls with a great pace. It's the movement of the surface that he's at times able to generate too.
Yes, it's hard to tell from that length whether the ball is going to come in or is it going to hold its line. And I think that's what has troubled the batters so far. Even the one which has dropped that slip was the one which kind of moved the other way. And he just hung his bat out.
And I think to complement Zahid Shirzad in these type of conditions, Noman Zafar would be the right choice that they may want to think upon alongside Tajinder because Noman Zafar on just a puff of windy day, he was able to generate swing sharp curves that we were able to see on day two.
Yes, I agree. I think that was a superb spell of bowling that we saw from Noman. Used that outswing to his advantage so beautifully. Zahid once again coming in.
beats him. There's a movement of the track. He's trying his swing, seam, everything. Zahid Shirzad.
Once again, it's that in between length, Abdul, which is so hard to read. And from that length, some of the balls are coming in and some of them are kind of going out and holding its line. And that's what keeps the batsman confused. And it's really hard to play that, especially when you know that the ball is coming at pace, generating good speed as well.
He's given some trouble to Anil Kumar Shah, who's not found any difficulty scoring against Tajinder, and he's been the top scorer for Nepal too, with impressive strike rate.
Great over this. 7 overs done, 31 for no loss. Sukhjinder introduced early in the attack and he gets a wicket right away. The arm ball.
Tajinder Singh has worked in the favor of the high performance side. Comes in straight away with quicker. He's got turn. Hard to tell from the angle. Names alike, but a different task from Sukhjinder Singh.
Yes, that's an interesting introduction. Spin early in the game. That's a good decision here by Canada. Good thinking.
And I'm not surprised why you told arm ball. It wasn't the batter as well as us too, Venu, because we thought that the type of drift he got, it is with his angling in. But he got a sharp turn that got onto his stumps.
And now we see Arjun Saud coming to bat. The original opening partner for Anil Kumar Shah, coming at number 3 today, interestingly. He's coming without a helmet. I know he's facing a spinner, but we don't have a spinner bowling from both ends yet.
Very risky. I wouldn't be in favor of batting without helmet, especially if the high performance side is going to operate with a pacer.
Yes, and I think even for a spinner on this track, we have seen the ball bounce. So if you're attempting to play a sweep shot or something closer to your body, there's always a danger lurking. Here comes Arjun Saud facing Sukhjinder.
An advantage for the left-hander, having first slip, trying to target the area where he'll be able to get the feather off the edge.
Nicely bowled and nicely played as well. Enticing him to drive. Couple of runs for Nepal.
Nepal's running, Nepal's fielding has been a standout of the tournament for me so far, because there's always been an effort to make 1 into 2, converting those chances, the half-hearted chances too, going on with a full dive with full of conviction. That has really made the difference, just as this ball has made the difference to the over.
This one beating the outside edge of the bat. Really good bowling out this. Sukhjinder testing both edges. One with the arm ball and now with the traditional left arm spin. Great start this. This time bowled it straighter, pushing him on the back foot. Great to see this battle. Jinder, final over, final ball of the over.
Away from the bowler.
End of the over. Nepal 34 for 1 from 8 overs. No ball called. Interestingly, probably a front foot no ball. Zahid Shahzad has been very disciplined till now. This is one of the first instances of him losing it a bit and giving away a freebie in the form of a free hit now.
First time he's bowled a no ball in this series. You've seen a couple of no balls from the Nepal side, but not high performance.
Arjun Saud facing the free hit and one more no ball, interestingly. Well, this is turning out to be an interesting over.
This was a very good ball from Zahid Shirzad, spitting his venom. He almost took him down. Look at him making his mark again. Impressive from the lethal fast bowler.
Fortunately, would have to bowl that again though. And this too being a free hit. Let's see if this time around Arjun Saud gives it a full Monty or not. Looks to go big, misses it. Was lucky to survive that one.
Very smart. Once he has almost pulled him down with his fiery bouncer. Now this time he went away with that swing where Arjun Saud was somewhere skeptical to go out to play freely.
Oh,
Good comeback from Zahid Shirzad. This is splendid bowling performance.
Beautiful ball, that one.
I was nowhere close to the line of the ball, Arjun Saud.
Nicely played. And are trying to hold things tight from one end with Zahid Shirzad. He's been a consistent character for them in the opening spells. Never given too much away.
But I think fielding has made a big time difference in Zahid Shirzad's bowling too, because you haven't seen him use that wide fourth stump channel more to make sure that the batter drives. Just because two times the batter put it, the catch of the batter was put down.
As they say, you can only take the horse to the water. You cannot force it to drink it. Canada needs to find some spirited display in fielding. This time, the onside, slight drift down the leg side by Zaid Shahzad and Arjun Saud, just flicking it around the corner towards fine leg for a boundary. क्या बोल रहे भाई लोग? शब्जी ठीक से नहीं खिला.
Bro, that's racist.
Kasto kutex kam lasma. Asis damo lasta ma ararun sa barsa.
Chani.
Once again, nicely bowled by Zahid. Coming towards the end of the over.
A boundary scored with 2 no balls. Anil Kumar Saha looking composed at 17 of 28. And on the other side, Arjun saw the 7 of 13.
Jinder to continue from the pavilion end. Jinder to Anil Kumar Saha. Slightly short, pushed back.
That was a good change, Sukhjinder Singh, when he was brought back. He picked up a wicket, and that might be the intention from the high performance side to go on for full attack. Then playing defensive, he's able to get that turn off the surface.
That's a good ball. Once again, getting that turn and bounce, keeping the batter in check. Let's see if he would slide in the arm ball at some stage in this over. Oh, that's a beauty. And a good take by the keeper as well.
Spin's going to be the key element here for the innings to grow or to fall. Because Nepal will have to battle through the forces of spin if they are looking to win the game.
Beautifully bowled. Once again, you see the turn and bounce on offer. Sukhjinder, we have seen with his height from where he delivers, and it's not easy to play him from that length. Looking for the arm ball, going wider. You could see
wide.
him. This time slightly shortening his length and also not giving it that much air.
I think this is an interesting move by Sukhjinder, if I'm able to read him. 2 balls is stride bowling here, trying to call him on the front foot. 1 ball trying for the arm ball so that the batter remains on the crease, and the same ball you've seen on your screen right now, Venu. The batter was still in his crease. So I think he's trying to make that dilemma in the batter's head.
And that's beautifully played as we speak. 1 ball slightly over pitched. And Anil Kumar Saha has been exceptional in this innings in terms of putting away those bad balls. Driven down the ground. There was mid-on inside the ring, but he found the gap between the bowler and mid-on to perfection.
Much wider. The mid-on was much wider for it to be covered. End of power play. 10 overs done, 45 for 1. Currently, the run rate of the batting team is above the required, 150 required in 38 overs.
Jaskaran Buttar, the new bowler. Jaskaran Buttar to Arjun Saud. Shot, wide, tried to put it away, mistimed it a bit, and he loses his bat. Thankfully, the ball did not hit the stumps. As we see from the side-on angle, would have been close. In fact, would have been out if he had hit the stumps.
That shouldn't be a single, according to me. That shouldn't be a single, actually speaking, Venu, because the fielders have to take a start. They have to come forward. If the plan is that Anil Kumar or Arjun might be hitting them over the head of the infield, then they should be able to take a start and judge it. They have to be on their toes, not heels.
Yes, this was something that Nepal did exceptionally well. Once again, short and wide. They need to find good rhythm out here. The Canadian bowlers, I just feel that they've been a little off color today in terms of their line and lengths. A couple of good deliveries and then suddenly one that releases pressure.
Jaskaran Buttar.
We do understand and appreciate that the conditions are slightly challenging today from a cricketing standpoint. It's cold, it's windy.
Very harsh, honestly speaking, Venu, because it takes a lot of concentration level. So if it's taking from us, just imagine the fielders and the batters have to be in. They have to be laser focused at this moment.
And especially when it is this cold and the ball hits you, it stings. It leaves a mark, it leaves a long-lasting impression on your body.
Not the marks you want.
Anil Kumar Saha facing Jaskaran. Tried to cut this one, slightly wide. I like Nepal's approach today. I think they have been very positive. They're ensuring that they get maximum runs out of this power play, or at least the initial few overs, and not getting stuck. Something which Canada could have done better, I feel, in the initial overs that they played. Yes, they did accelerate towards the end, but I just felt that they might have been still 20-30 runs short. Had they been a little more proactive, they might have reached 220.
I'm not overlooking the competency fact of the Canadian high performance side, but we always talk about who blinks their eye first, sleeps, and I think this time it is the high performance side. They've been very crafty here, the Nepal team, and they've been able to get away by pushing the buttons of Canada high performance team because it's just one wicket, two catches going down, and easy singles for Nepal. So Nepal are strongly holding the game.
11 done, 46 for 1. Jinder to continue. This time played around on the offside, looking for the third run. An easy 3. Shot that by Arjun, finding the gap on the offside. Slightly short by Sukhjinder. Anil Kumar goes for the wild slog over long on and manages to get a huge 6. His intentions are clear today. He wants to dominate. He wants to score the maximum runs in these initial few overs to make it easier for the lower order batters.
Anil Kumar Shah and his candor continues from the time Canada has visited Nepal till he is visiting Canada. That was a strike. I think his power made the difference.
Good over this so far for Nepal. Excellent comeback this by Sukhjinder, beating the bat outside the off stump after getting hit for a 6 earlier in this over. Tosses it up again, slightly wide outside the off stump. The keeper has been pretty vocal behind the stumps and very proactive in taking the bails off. Sukhjinder once again. Nicely bowled and nicely defended. End of the over, a really good one for Nepal. 57 for the loss of 1 wicket after 12. Jaskaran to continue from the northern end. Arjun Saud tries to play it down the leg side. Wide given. And has to be careful out here. There's a lot of extras being offered. Need to pick up one wicket soon. I'm sure they would be happy to pick up Anil Kumar Shah, who's looking an ominous touch. Arjun Saud looking solid as well. Shot, got extra bounce. Good bowling this by Jaskaran. Arjun is a short man. The ball is rising from that length. Hard to play it off the back foot in that fashion, with the ball continuously rising. Needs to find his rhythm in batting. Oh, that's a lovely delivery.
He's evading. He's evading the neck, which is somewhere around. They'll have to be consistent. Jaskaran Buttar is bowling magnificently on the right areas.
3 balls in this over. He hasn't been able to touch the ball.
There's been some verbal exchange. The keeper has been proactive behind the stumps. Bismillah Ali Khil.
Trying some pressure tactics here, Canada. This time nicely batted.
Cricket has been a game of fashion. Whose fashion were you more impressed with, Venu?
As we see another Jaffa there by Jaskaran Buttar. I think couple of things here. Abdul, definitely impressed with the way Nepal have fielded as a unit. I think that shows the hunger and their passion for sure. I've been impressed in parts with Canada's bowling and with some of their batting. I just feel that yes, they could have done better in their fielding. I beg your pardon. I heard passion instead of fashion, Abdul. But yeah, in terms of fashion, well, just trying to recollect from the games that we have seen.
The answer was very dramatic from you. I thought you're taking from passion to fashion because the fighting hunger, the passion showed by Nepal, saying that they've been very fashionable, and I thought there's someone coming in. For me, the fashion started when the Australian team in 2008 with the big boys, Andrew Simons, Shane Watson, Brad Hodge, his dreadlocks, Andrew Simons' dreadlocks, and his lip cream. That was a trademark that always stood out for me, and I was awestruck with his persona on field. I think there's always players that have that one trademark they leave on the game. So I think it was for me Andrew Simons with his significant lip cream.
Interesting. 59 for 1 after 13. Well, there's many that I can remember, Abdul. I don't know if you remember a bowler named Colin Miller from Australia. I think he was an off spinner. And one of the series which I fondly remember is when he had his hair colored blue. And it was a very prominent blue. And there's a video on YouTube, you might want to see that, wherein Courtney Walsh was actually facing Colin Miller.
And I think that was
And
blinding the umpire, the batter, and the umpire's like, it's blinding me.
yeah, and Courtney Walsh just stopped him. He didn't see him with his blue hair earlier before he took his cap off. And then he just stopped the bowler and he started laughing out loud as if, what the hell is this? I mean, it's like, what am I looking at?
Because cricket's evolved a lot way faster in a very different way. Our very own Caribbean players, you see that Christopher Henry Gale, his aura, the universe was always there. Dwayne Bravo with his moves. And I think with the stance too, when we talk about the blings and the fashions, very different stance for every other batter that has worked out. Recently, years ago, not far away, but for George Bailey, he was standing the other way around, facing back to the bowler. That was something very bizarre, but it worked out for him. And then Shivnarayan Chandrapal's stance too.
Shivnarayan Chandrapal, Fawad Alam, a few names that you can remember who have a very unique stance, as we see Irfan Sadat in the attack this over, getting some considerable bounce. Yes, I think, yeah, there's a lot of interesting fashion statements being made by cricketers, both on and off the field as well. I think if you saw the India versus Bangladesh T20I from Sunday this week, you would have seen one of the shots played by Hardik Pandya, which had swag written all over it. The one which was a no-look shot,
Yeah.
he played the ball over the keeper's head and just looked at the bowler as if, you know what, I do that day in and day out.
The approach to the game, the body language you exhibit speaks a lot of things about you because cricket is a game of actions, not words. You can
Absolutely.
exchange
If you can back your words or your swag with some action and some results on the field, then nothing like it.
because everyone respects the one who is prominent with actions than words because with words comes a responsibility to back yourself. You need that backing of your own action.
That's a lovely delivery, keeping the batter in check. Arjun trying to be a little cheeky there, trying to steal a run off his bat with the throw. Well, who can forget the great Sir Vivian Richards? When it comes to swag on the field, when it comes to attitude, when it comes to showing off attitude on the field, nothing beats the great Sir Vivian Richards.
I think his attitude wasn't gaudy that he wanted to show off, but his persona, his personality was quite unnoticeable.
I think he just wanted to play the game as if he owns the field. He had that confidence in him as if, nothing's going to go wrong today. I'm here to make, the bowlers pay for their line and length that they bowl to me. I saw a few videos off late of Sir Vivian Richards and the ease with which he used to hit the ball. It didn't look like he's hitting the ball so far. Beautifully bowled once again. Irfan, this is a great over. In fact, starts off with a maiden over. 59 for 1 once again in 14 overs. Jaskaran Buttar continuing from the northern end. Anil Kumar Shah on strike. Down the track, tries to give it a heave, gets the outside edge. This time he's a bit lucky, goes over the slip cordon.
Jaskaran Butta surely not happy, giving that death stare to the slip fielder. But there was very little that he can do about it. Surely it would have taken a man like him at Slip Cauldron to be able to get hold of it.
Talking off, so Vivian Richards, Abdul, might be a good time to revisit one of the greatest on-field sledges of all time, or should I say verbal battles? We'll come back to that after this ball. Nicely bowled. Good delivery there. So this was Sir Viv Richards versus Greg Thomas. During his spell for Somerset in county cricket, so Vivian Richards produced a legendary retort. So after playing and missing at successive deliveries, Glamorgan's paceman, Greg Thomas, made a brave decision, to be honest. I should say a very, very brave decision to give Viv some verbals as to the appearance of the ball. We'll come back to that after this delivery.
Butler trying to seek some way has found the gap, but protection too cold. It's just getting worse here with cold temperature.
Coming back to the story. So, yep, Greg Thomas, after beating Sir Viv Richards after a couple of deliveries, went up to him. He said, "It's red, it's round, and weighs about 5 ounces, in case you were wondering." Well, of course, the next ball was launched out of the ground by Sir Vivian Richards, and he accompanied with the following words. "Well, Greg, you know what it looks like. Now you go and find it."
That's Viv Richards for you. Those words still ring. It's like it's red, round, and weighs 5 ounces. In case you're wondering. Does well to get away, to get down of that one. Jaskaran Butler trying his level best. Uncertain here for Canada and the plan. I think they're erratic with their approach. Unclear of what they're doing currently, and Nepal have got a good run rate. Currently going at 4.31 and over. Punched and waited. Butler gives 5 runs off his over and finishes the 15th one. 64 for 1.
In the air, just clearing the infield. Bit of a wild slog there by Anil Kumar Shah, very uncharacteristic.
But they have been good with the approach here. Nepal cricket, they haven't shied away from expressing what they want to do.
Once again, stealing that quick single, something that Canada can ill afford at this stage. Nepal doing a good job of rotating strike. Arjun South going for an expansive drive this time, missing it out. Shot there.
Irfan Sadat in hunt of wicket. Rigorous environment that they are working in the high performance side right now. Easy pickings for Nepal. Going to be soon a dead rubber game for high performance side if they're not able to pluck a couple of wickets at least. Trying too hard, Irfan Sadat.
None for four so far. He's bowled decently, just that he needs a little bit more luck and support in the field.
One charming delivery, Venu. We're just away by one charming delivery, especially with the one to dismiss Anil Kumar.
Tried for the Yorker once again. We know that he loves bowling that, and in fact, dug out perfectly.
Has caressed the ball, not too full, but the timing was at its best that it took the ball to the boundary there. Look at him beating two fielders, piercing the gap. It runs away.
16 overs gone, 72 for one. Looks like we might be in for a short break or maybe the next over. Unless the umpires decide against it. The official drinks break is somewhere around this time. As High Performance Canada have to come up with some magic out here. Both the batters look really settled. There's hardly anything which is troubling them at the moment. Jinder had a great start with his left arm spin, but since the time he's out of the attack, we don't see any threatening deliveries which are troubling the batters. The current run rate is pretty smooth at 4.5 and over. Karan once again bang on target. He's been bowling well, this lad from this end. As you can see, conceded only 8 of 3 overs, 15 dot balls.
I think out of the 8 runs he's given, one has come as a boundary
I think we saw that in the previous over, where there was a wild slog there by Anil and went over the slips. Unfortunate.
and was a too big of a call and harsh for Ajay Singh. He did time the jump well, but it was too high.
Nicely bowled and nicely played as well.
Every time the batters of Nepal have been looking out to take runs, looks like there's something being whispered by the keeper to the batter. It feels there's some friction where he's trying to get under the skin of the batter.
Yes, he's trying to create some pressure, trying to make things interesting in the middle, trying their best to break their concentration and also get them to think something else. Well bowled there. Excellent delivery there. Squared him up completely. Got the outside edge. Unfortunate that it ended up in a run.
Late outswing for Buttar this time. But in the meantime, the batter was aware to get his bat in time. Arjun saw same Puma bat that last time I saw is being used by Yuvraj Singh. I've always seen him use that bat, and when he used to play his glorious cover drive sixes, I don't think so any batter in the world would be able to hit or did hit sixes as effortlessly as he could.
One of the cleanest strikers of the cricket ball in the
He in
2000 generation.
he inherited that six hitting ability in him. It's just a gift what he had. I think nobody timed the ball better or could do it as graciously he does.
And who can forget the 6 sixes in an over that we saw for the first time in a T20 World Cup game?
I think it was Andrew Flintoff who rubbed Yuvraj Singh, but Stuart Broad had to pay the price.
Well, as they say, don't wake up the sleeping giant. Nicely
Nicely
played.
played. Stealing your words, Venu.
All I can say is great minds think alike. Abdul.
Yeah.
Attempted bouncer. And that brings us to the end of the 17th over. And it looks like we might have a small break. Nope. I think it's the keeper who's getting some water. But the umpires are standing still. They are standing, holding their ground. Sukhjinder back into the attack and once again bowls a beauty. As soon as he has come in, gets one to go past the outside edge. 3 overs, 1 for 19. Once again, magnificent bowling, this excellent bowling. Credit to the batsmen as well. Both of them have hung on, even though it's beaten the outside edge many a times. But they both bat well in partnership together. That one just took off from a good length. So Jinder has been exceptional with his length. This time slightly quicker. Short ball hit in the air. And looks like it's going to go over the boundary at deep mid-wicket for a 6. This came out of nowhere. A rank short delivery. And Anil Kumar Sa pulling it and giving it a real whack over deep mid-wicket. Canada need to do something soon to find a wicket. Right now, it looks like Nepal are being all too comfortable in this chase. Once again, a full toss. Whacked on the onside again. And a bit of fancy footwork at the boundary line, which prevents the boundary and restricts them to 2. First a short delivery and now a full toss. As you can see, the fielder running at the boundary. A little dangerous to do that, to be honest. Could have hit his ankle. And this time, played back to the bowler. Good over there for Canada. I beg your pardon for Nepal. 6 and a 2. 82 for the loss of 1 wicket after 18 overs. And it looks like we have officially a small break for water. We'll be back in a few moments.
Back after the drinks break. Anil Kumar looking very strong at 49. He's achieved his 50 with that single. Not too concerned with his personal achievement. Has got 50 of 57 balls, 3 sixes and 4 fours. It's Padam Joshi. Running has been excellent on mark by Nepal cricket team. Very impressive at the strike rate he's batted, 87.72, considering this one-day game. Has shown us the signs, has given us signals that he can change his momentum and the gears if required. End of 19th over, 86 for 1. Shahid Ahmed Zain, who's been the pick of the bowlers for the high performance team, especially with his ability to take wickets in the middle overs. With one fifer already on his name, he's been efficient and delivering for the high performance side. Munir Kakar trying to scare off Arjun Saud. The batting's been very comfortable by these two batters. I don't think they are in a mood to lose the wickets. By saying that too soon, very soon, I doubt. Chance to judicate. The umpire says that remains intact. Roshao chase for Munir, played with soft hands. Good approach from Anil Kumar Saab. Cannot find a fault at his batting. Arjun Saud, on the other hand, doing a good job despite his faced enough deliveries. Is ensuring the partnership is cultivated. Current partnership 58 runs of 78 balls, leading contributor Anil Kumar with 37. Yes, and a no chance there. That's been put down. Fielding has been extremely disappointing this session and this game for Canada high performance side. Not on this turn, Bismillah Ali Khil. End of 20 overs, 89 for 1. Padam Joshi then as second over. They've got an option of Raymond Bino too, who bowls tight, who bowls a different line in length compared to the bowlers who bowl usually spin, an off spinner. Trying the arm ball, usually using that diagonal angle because of the skid, trying to make the right hander play a drive, setting a trap. Let's see if Anil Kumar has better of Padam Joshi. Plays close to his pads with closed approach. Apologies for the interruption. Nicely played over the covers there. I don't think there's any fielder. A stylish looking shot will be superb if that's a maximum. Look at it, just a full stretch. And his back leg doing most of his job, allowing him to get that reach. And a boundary there for Anil Kumar. Looks like Canada has already decided what the outcome is going to be for them. Field being open already. There's no pressure on either of the batters. They're batting very comfortably on the crease. I'm not bothered to change their batting style. Because especially when you see how the field is opened up, there are no constraint for the batters in Nepal to pick up singles and doubles. That has put me in wonder. Why hasn't the singles been tightened up? Because every over, at least 3 or 4 runs have been coming. And that's the end of the over. But Anil Kumar on 59 and Arjun Saud on 18. 100 require exactly. 21 done. 95 is the total score with 1 wicket being lost. I welcome Venugopal back to the comm box again after the drinks break.
Thanks, Abdul. And as you mentioned, it's looking way too easy at the moment for Canada, for Nepal. I beg your pardon. Just happened to catch up with a couple of Canadian players near the pavilion, and they also mentioned how difficult it is today in terms of playing conditions and how cold it is.
So would be for Nepal too, but no excuses, Venu, especially with the fielding.
Of
It has
course.
been utterly disappointing.
Absolutely. Yep. They really need to tighten up the fielding part. Shot, tried to cut it away, could not find the gap. Nice and bright out there. The day started with a bit of gloom and some rain, which forced the umpires to cut out 4 overs from the game. So it's 48 overs each.
There are certain pockets at the ground that are bigger than one side, especially if we are batting from if the bowling's been done from north end, the leg side for the right handers is slightly shorter. They can force from the north end for the batter to play into the offside than just the game being ball and bat. I think there's more that the bowling unit can look into than just bowling and setting up the field. A ball remains before we call it off and over. 99 required. Just 1 run. So far, this is going well. And the over will end with 1 run. That's it for 22nd. Shahid Ahmedzai. Just one of his over. 96 for 1.
So Jinder bowls one down the leg side, looking for a quick single there. Rightly sent back. Once again, beautifully bowled. So Jinder has been a tad unlucky. Has beaten the bat so many times. Just never found the edge.
And he's been the only bowler who's able to find wicket. That's a nice turn off the surface.
Sent back.
A bit of bedlam in the field. They've called on Sukhjinder with a hope that he'll be able to deliver with a wicket.
Canada needs to find 2 or 3 overs as we come to the end of the 23rd. 96 for 1. They need to find 2 or 3 overs where they can just restrict the scoring and not give away easy runs to apply some pressure on the batters. Right now, it's way too easy. There's hardly any pressure, there's hardly any compulsion for the batters to play any false strokes. They need to find a way to just bowl in some dot balls, keep one batter on strike, and hope that they make a mistake.
Because the batters haven't been compelled to play where the bowlers are bowling, and especially field not being supportive, there's very little the bowlers can do.
Shahid Ahmedzai continuing once again from the northern end. In fact, from the pavilion end, I beg your pardon. He's been a top bowler for Canada in this series, has picked up a lot of wickets, along with Sukhjinder as well. Both the left arm spinners doing really well. I've found good rhythm, but today it's not just about rhythm, it's also about wickets. Once again, nicely bowled.
First time
Probably
close.
high. In fact, is given him. We thought
Wasn't
it's
that
a
a
little
height?
high.
It felt like the height was an issue. Especially Anil Kumar being a tall man. Well, that's too crude. It has to be high given the height of Anil Kumar.
This angle might be giving us some more insights in terms of the height. Probably marginal, but yeah, I just felt that I'm kind of convinced that it might be a little high, given his height, and it struck him above the knees, in fact, above the pads itself on his thighs. The fact that he was on the back foot, going back to that delivery, might have been compelling the umpire to give it in favor of the bowler.
Finally, a breather for Canada after being suffocated. Looking hungrily for a wicket, the bowler Shahid Ahmedzai tends to deliver one. It's Dev Khanal. Shown as Shahid Ahmedzai. Why is he venerable? Why is he highly spoken about of his bowling? Delivered once again.
It was a big wicket of Anil Kumar Shah. He was looking rock solid today. Looking an ominous touch. Shot and put away on the offside. There is a half stop, which enables them to come back for the second run.
The fingers from Munir Kakar slow the pace of the ball. Looks like the emblem for House of Dragons on Oliver Cox's helmet.
Looking for the quick single out here, and good work there by the keeper.
My apologies, that's Bismillah Ali Khil. Too much happening. End of 24th over. 97 for 2.
Actually, you know what? I was about to say the same. It was so nice outside. When I stepped out, right, it felt so good.
Open it, bro. Let's see. It's
Correct.
windy. Fuck. Khol do.
Because it's too
If it's windy, you guys are going to do it. What do you mean once it's open, it's open? As there's no button to close.
You can put the genie back in the bottle.
Oh, wow.
So hard. Oh.
Look at everyone with their caps on, beanies on. Two dots and a run so far in the over. Looks like he's feathered it. He's feathered it and not happy. Dev Khanal. The umpire's made a decision and he's been evicted out. Looks like he's seen a ghost in the morning. That's how Dev Khanal stands there in the crease, wondering on the umpire's decision. Three down. Suddenly, one wicket has bought in the momentum for Canada high performance side.
As we see the replay once again, well, I would definitely say he was unlucky there. I don't think he touched it. It was just turn, bounce, and the ball beating the bat. For sure. This angle might be better. Yes, I think it just beat the bat. Unlucky. Jinder once again down the leg side, running towards the fine leg boundary, and looks like it found the boundary. Rare loose delivery there by Sukhjinder after getting the wicket of Dave Cannell. Slightly lucky on that occasion. The ball seemed to have missed the outside edge, but Canada would take it. New batter. Arjun Saud still there. Shahid Ahmed Zai bowling really well. Both of these left arm spinners have been rock solid. Have done a great job for Canada in this entire series. Spin has been a pivotal part of their game plan, and as he drives one through the offside for a single. Once again, nicely bowled.
Away from Munir Kakar. A surprise element of bounce that has taken off the surface. Sukhjinder to continue. We apologize for the delays in the scoreboard. Arjun saw the hanging in the middle, trying to drive Nepal to victory. Beats him there. 90 runs required. Canada is trying to push Nepal against the wall by having more dot balls. That's a vicious turn. Arjun Saud wouldn't like it. Still, yes and a no. Between the stumps, that turn, which has been so difficult to play on, has been harsh on batters here. Gets the outside edge, looking for the second one, should be coming back and rightly responded.
Nicely bowled by Shahid Ahmedzai. End of the over. 105 for 2.
Continue to Dave Cannell. Today, I agree that Cat has 9 lives. Seeing Dave Cannell bat again.
Absolutely. Living a charmed life. As a batter, I would want that.
Was that a trial ball?
I guess that's one of the advantages of having a practice game like this. You can.
But what has he done differently than Anil Kumar?
Oh, what a beautiful delivery. Excellent ball, that one. You really can't put a finger to that and say he would have done something different to that as a batter. Just an amazing delivery. Pitching middle, hitting top of off.
I'll just put exclamation mark and I'll leave the rest to be filled by the viewers. I can just say that it's an exclamation mark performance on that ball by Shahid Ahmedzai.
Beautiful. Kushal Burtel, the new batter, coming to replace Arjun Saud. Bowled. Shahid Ahmed Zai has been good, as expected. Been one of their top bowlers for High Performance Canada. Kushal Burtel off the mark, playing it on the offside. End of the over. Nepal 109 for 3 after 28. Jinder, I think that one slightly quicker. Kushal Burtel taking strike. Nicely played on the onside.
The cold hasn't got any better, Venu, despite sun beating down, and we see slightly warm conditions, but the wind is aggravating.
Welcome to Canada. Nicely bowled once again, and they just managed to steal a single. Could have been avoided.
Run rates changed for Nepal. They were above the required run rate. Now they're falling behind.
Yes, and the required run rate now 4.28. The moment it starts going towards that 5 run and over mark on this track, it can be a little difficult. We've seen how the middle overs have been always tough on the batters in the last 4 ODIs out here. Jinder once again. Shot and played on the offside to end the over. 29 gone. 113 for 3 Nepal in pursuit of 194. Nepal need 82 runs to win in 112 deliveries. Dev Kanel and Kushal Burtel at the crease. Another wicket out here might set in some panic in the Nepal camp.
It surely will. Catch it is the call. Will be a chase. Yuvraj Samra cutting it off well. Saving 2 runs.
$115 for 3. 80 more needed in 110 balls. Tossed up nicely and defended.
Dev Khanal against Shahid Ahmed Zai. We had to see Raymond Bino come to bowl. Munir Ahmed does well to stop that one. End of 30th over. The follow wickets. The first one was on 31 and then later to come at 96.
And 108. 30 overs gone. 115 for 3. We are in for an interesting finish. Nicely bowled by Sukhjinder once again. He's been really tight with his line. Tapping it around for another single.
Not a big difference. I think 1 run's difference. Canada is trying to creep back in the game, the high performance side, to be precise.
That looks close and given.
And one more time, Dev Khanel says that it was bat. Very unlucky. It is the second time has been dismissed. Purely unhappy.
As we see the replay coming up on screen, Dev Kanel slightly disappointed with the decision. Not sure if we can make out if there was an inside edge or not, but he definitely suggested to the umpire that he nicked it. Well, hard to say, hard to tell from this angle.
The damage done. That's tough to recall because the decisions made in second time. Dev Khanel had the opportunity to bat and then dismissed in the similar fashion.
Which brings Dipendra Singh Airi to the crease. Would be interesting to see how he and Kushal Burtel now approach this chase. It's a little tricky out there now. 79 still needed in 105 balls, and we have seen teams chasing have struggled a bit in the last 2 or 3 games, especially in the middle overs phase. Sukhjinder doing well to pick up a second wicket. And that is beautifully bowled. Once again, looping it up. The ball dipping on him.
Not an easy surface to bat on. Look at him. He's played that almost. Still, despite playing with the line, he's toppled
That's a lot of deviation of the surface. The ball literally going towards first slip.
for Canada High Performance to win. I raise the wicket.
Slightly shorter this time.
Tapped away. His timed that really well. Fielder trying to cut that out, and still 2 runs. The ball remains.
I think the key here, Abdul, is for Sukhjinder and Ahmed Zaid to pitch the ball up. We've seen that whenever it's pitched up, the ball seems to hold on to the surface and do something different. Whenever it's shorter, you can see the batters are much more comfortable playing it.
And that's how they've been managing to get the deviations. And soft hands has been the key for Aire. Will come back for another second run.
Which brings us to the end of the over. 31 done. 120 for 4. Ahmed Zaid to continue and takes the pad on the way, I believe. The batter suggesting that it came off his hip. Interesting.
With the type of turn, it's unrecognizable to know that if it's pad, bat, or actually the turn.
Extremely difficult conditions to bat. It's again tossed up, and this could be another wicket, and it is. Ahmed Zaid going across the non-striker and taking a really good catch. Leading edge, coming straight back at the bowler.
He pushed it with soft, hard hands there and a good catch despite Aire blocking his view. And Shahid Ahmed Zaid bags another one.
And this is game turning once again. 5 wickets down. This is a great angle to view the catch. As you can see, he's running across the non-striker. He was blinded by him for a while. And a really good catch completed by Ahmed Zaid. Just goes to show that the further you pitch the ball and get the batter to drive, it's going to be more difficult for them to get it off the middle of the bat. Series also has been played in good spirits out here, Abdul.
Yeah, I mean, Aire knows a lot of Canadian players and he's got great rapport with them because earlier the dismissal when Yuvraj was dismissed, he gave him a pat back on his shoulder for a difficult ball when he dismissed, and then he's come here a couple of times playing GT20, and he's been one of the prominent names for Nepal.
So I think that's one really good thing which has happened in world cricket of late in the last couple of decades, if I may say so. All these leagues and competitions running across the world have definitely brought players and cultures and countries together.
Yeah, surely, when you see Ashes being one league that's hard fought, and then when the Australian players and the England players, when they have Big Bash or Indian Premier League, when they go, they leave that hard fighting spirit aside and they collaborate well.
Casey, the new ball bowler, comes on to bat and lucky there to get a bottom edge going back behind the stumps.
Aire was halfway down his crease for the third one. One thing is for sure that look at Aire's speed. He hasn't reached yet, RF, and Aire is ready for the third one and he's halfway down too. So you have to be really on your fitness peak to run with Dipendra Singh Aire.
Correction there. It's Mohammad Arif Sheikh, the batter. Trying to sweep this one and missing it out completely. Giving out an easy single.
Called as a bye. Yeah, because of no connection. 2 wickets in the over. And we'll call it off with this ball. Yeah, 32 for 123 for 6.
But they changed it because that should have been 3. They changed it to 2. Yeah. Oh, technically, yeah. No, I don't think so. Are you sure? Unless they said that you were not out and you have to go back in. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting field here. Another additional slip in place. More like a gully. And he plays it over the offside this time for a welcome boundary.
He slams that one right there, was shot wide, and was there inviting Arif Sheikh to hit over the covers.
Yeah, not his best delivery, especially after getting an additional fielder in the slip cordon. He needs to pitch the ball up, invite the batter to drive or poke at it. This time, the ball sliding down the leg
Chase
side.
for Yuvraj.
Looking for the second and should be easy in the end.
This Raymond Bino on field. He can be an option that the high performance side can look into to get him to bowl.
Nepal still needs 66 runs to win. In the air. Falls in no man's land. The fielders out there are a little aggrieved with the effort in the deep.
I think it was Oliver Cox's call, who was standing at the sweeper and is saying that he might not have been able to
See the ball
find
in
the
the
ball.
sun?
Yeah,
Yep. An ordinary effort in the end, I must say. Kind of need to kind of field well to win this game as he attempts another sweep. Good bowling this by Sukhjinder. That's the line and that's the length that he has to be targeting. Get the batter to do something different. A shorter ball is easier to hit. That's a lovely ball. Once again, looking for that LBW this time.
Sukhjinder Singh has been effective for the high performance team. His introduction has surely made tries of catches that'll chase the ball down to the fence, and will be 4 runs for Dipendra Singh Aire. Not sure if that's the direction he wanted to go for, but he'll get 4 runs behind the wicketkeeper.
Change in bowling. Zahid Shirzad brought back into the attack by Canada. Side to Deependra Singh Airi, who has a slash outside the off stump. Did not make connection. Side had a good opening spell. Was unlucky not to get a couple of wickets. 2 catches being dropped off him. 61 needed still in 89 balls. Mohammad Arif Sheikh and Deependra Singh Airi at the crease for Nepal. Short, could not take advantage of it. Batters having a chat in the middle. A lot of wear and tear on the wicket. We've seen over the last 4 to 5 games. They have produced some amazing cricket for sure, these wickets. Challenging for the batters, but good as a viewer to watch. Slightly wide again. Played on the offside. Would be looking for 2. Zahid has been slightly wide in this over. Interestingly, he's bowling a wide off the off stump line.
Very different to the regulatories than his conventional length. Zahid Shirzad bowls straighter. Much better. This is much like him, where he bowls between the 4th and 5th stump or seeing the 3 sticks for himself. Arif Sheikh and Deependra Singh Aire, especially Aire's wicket, will be much prized than Arif Sheikh. And that's what we'll be able to hear from the field. Just 1 wicket away that they're looking for. A ball remains. Zahid Shirzad's bowled 3 no balls so far.
Aire trying to check his guard, trying to take a middle stump guard.
I'm sure might be a little difficult for the umpire to identify as well, with the crease being rubbed off. Because from here, you definitely cannot see where the crease is.
End of the over. 138 for 6 in
Looks
34
like
overs.
they are going to call Raymond Bino, is what I sense. And he might hold the key for the high performance side to win. Very highly rated on his economy. And a very different spin action. Likes to bowl flatter and much quicker. This is the time. Finally, Bino comes on to bowl for the very first time in this high performance series. I love his action, the way he swivels his arms across, getting that momentum and pace. Skitty bowler. Hard to read. Look at him. Starts the job from the very first ball. Different spinners having a different set of actions and different tactics. Uses his hands more. It's much easier for him to know what he's doing because the amount of league cricket he's played, a familiar face between the stumps, likes that line. If he's bowling faster, that means he's going to bowl it flatten and fast. He knows his trajectory well. He's from Barbados. Played with the likes of Carlos Brathwaite.
Nicely bowled. There's a great start out here by Raymond. 4 dot balls.
Surely, if Dipendra Singh Aire and Arif Sheikh's able to take him on, then Canada will be answerless. Like blank paper. Yes, no, cause of danger, Abao. Throw could have been better. The fielding should have been better.
This time push slightly quicker.
3 keepers being changed in the series. Anwar Tadgur being injured. Later was replaced by Nicholas Manohar. Now, Bismillah Ali Khil. 35 done, 139 for 6.
Zahid Shahzad continuing from the pavilion end. Looking for a quick single out here.
Oh, come on,
And
Deva.
this looks like trouble for Nepal.
And the wicket they are looking out for, Dipendra Singh Aire, has been run out with their own mistake. It was Aire's call. Arif Sheikh responded and he made it home. Aire knew straight away. He sacrificed his wicket for the call he gave. And very easy wicket. I thought it would be very difficult in the hunt for Dipendra Singh Aire's wicket. A run out here. Would we have a twist in the tail?
Well, this is also an outcome of the pressure created by Raymond from the previous over, I believe. That was a great over to start off. And that kind of created this pressure, and they were looking for a single which was non-existent. And this is what good bowling can do from one end. It produces a wicket from nowhere. As we see Kushal Mala making his way to the middle.
I think 2 more wickets, considering that Dave Khanal's batted 2 times. Not sure if that's how we are going to be proceeding. If yes, then 2 wickets. If no, we've got 3 wickets to go down. Canada, high performance side, looking to draw the series. 56 required in 76.
The game is now nicely poised for a finish. Still have 56 runs left to score, Nepal, of 76 deliveries. Zahid Shahzad coming down the wicket now. That's a really good take by the keeper down the leg side. Called a wide though.
It is now Shirzad to clean up the tail with Arif Sheikh and Kushal Mahla. Takes away, gets away with a single.
Running in the end was a tight one, but an early call. Here comes Zahid to Mohammad Arif Sheikh. Looks to hit it down the ground. Long on coming into the picture. Restricts it to 1.
3 wickets. What do you think? It was all Nepal's game, and suddenly with the runs being stopped, wickets falling, the equation has turned the other way around.
Absolutely. I think it's a very even contest now. Leaning more towards Canada. Nepal was well and truly in the game. And now it looks like Canada are really slowly and steadily climbing up as favorites to win this.
I think Bino's over will be much better than using Shirzad or any pacer, just because they want to keep Zahid Shirzad. For the N is been bowling recklessly, no balls, without any control. Indeed, he can pick wickets for sure, but no balls and wides have been a concern.
Nicely bowled, and they decide against the run. Vishal Mala taking strike. Outside edge, down to third man for a single, which brings us to the end of the 36th over.
144 for 7, 51 required in 73.
Raymond continuing from the northern end. Bowled a really good first over. Tightening the noose on Nepal. Coming round the wicket to left-hander. It's the kind of action which you can get a bit confused with. Can take some time to get used to it. A lot of hand movements and gestures while coming into the bowling crease, into his delivery stride. Getting more cold, man. What's that? Uh, that's interesting, man. You should do that in between. Nicely bowled once again. Looking for that quick single sent back. Some pressure being applied here by Canada. You can see signs of desperation by Nepal. Looking to get some quick singles, but good fielding out here by Canada. Once again, short and wide, could not put it away. This time, put away the third man and would be at least two, looking for the third, and makes it completely easily in the end. Rare, poor delivery there. Wide outside off stump, short and wide, which brings now the right-hander back on strike. Raymond. Mohammad Arif Sheikh, and that beat the outside edge. It looks like there was an appeal by the keeper. Given not out. End of the over. 37 gone, 147 for 7. Nepal still need 48 runs and 66 balls. 3 wickets in hand. Here comes Zaid Shahzad round the wicket to Kushal Mala, who tucks it around the leg side for a single. 148 for 7. Dot ball. Nicely bowled by Zahid Sirzad. An appeal for LBW. Definitely a bit high. The umpires are constantly being tested. Yes, for sure that was high. In line with the stumps, but definitely going above. 47 still needed in 63 balls for Nepal. Went to mid-off. And I've tightened the noose a bit in the last few overs. They've cut down the flow of runs. A lucky boundary there.